Okay, and we're live. How's everybody doing tonight? We're going to be talking tonight about Tulpas, Servitors, Golems, Egregores, and other created beings. Okay. What am I doing here? I do have a few more places I want to share it. Just a moment. If you're watching this after the live, you can skip ahead about 10 minutes, or not even 10 minutes, but yeah, just give me a few minutes here to do this. Okay. Hey, Black Unit Griffin. Oh, well, good timing. I was a little bit late today. I somehow lost a whole hour. I'd even made a post that I was gonna put up about how I would go live in an hour, and when I went to post it, it was already 8:30. So then I panicked, and I had 15 minutes to finish getting. Well, I didn't have 15 minutes. It took me another 15 minutes to get everything else ready so I could actually be on here. Nice, very cool. Hey, Romstead. Good to see you. Just want to share it a few places on Facebook while I'm doing here. Let's see, how do I? Oh, I'm so silly sometimes. There we are. Okay, share this to all my groups. Post. Okay. Hey, Agatha. I was watching another channel earlier today, and the young content creator said, I dreamed about Sorcerer Tal offering me an alcoholic drink from a vase-sized glass. Ha! That's hilarious. That's great. Okay, so I think we're going to start off with a big red L today. Speaking of alcohol, it's a big tall drink, as they called it. Oh, that was you, Max. Awesome. That's not too bad. Ingredients: wheat, barley, hops, and yeast. All right. Oh, let me not put that right in front of the mic. That probably caused some sound issues. So, like I said, tonight we're going to be talking about created beings. Giving me an orange margarita, and you had it in a giant glass. I had it in a giant glass vase. That's funny though, because I can't drink margaritas. I can't drink anything with tequila. There was a night where I went to this big party, but I had to work the next day. So I was being good, and I had one margarita the whole night. Went home. I think I might have even drove completely sober, like perfectly fine. Woke up the next day so hungover, I had to call in anyways. I was so mad. I might as well just stayed at the party and had fun. No, I didn't drive. That's right. My friend Tom was driving, but I had to work the next day, so I didn't drink. Got a hangover anyways. Me and tequila do not get along. Awesome. Okay, so one of the first things that I want to say about all this stuff with created beings is do not let the categories control what you create. That is absolutely vital to me. Even though that we just listed off all these categories, and we're even going to talk about what the different ones, how the different ones are defined. But those definitions are only so that we can have conversations um, about these creatures, about these beings. They should not affect or control how we actually go about creating them. Simply how we are simply give us a way to be able to talk about what we're doing. And you'll see me a lot of times just use the word servitor when I'm talking about all kinds of different stuff, because to me that's kind of the base. What is that bizarre figure in the background? Ah, that I'm still debating how much of him will be known as far as the name and stuff, but that actually is the part of the reason we're doing this particular live. That is going to be a massive golem. Okay, not right. I can't do that right now. Okay, what do I do for work? Well, at the moment, mostly this. I do a lot. I do spell work for people. I do the lives. I have a book that I put out. Speaking of which, I'm going to pin that because we're going to be talking about quite a bit of stuff from the Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 1 today. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up as the pinned message in case anyone is interested in purchasing a copy of it. So, well, as I was saying, I use the word servitor. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Agatha. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I have a full playlist on every single essay in that video. If you go to my channel and look up Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 1, you'll find the playlist. Nice. Yeah, I know you're typing, so you can't actually answer this question. I was just about to ask you how you pronounce that because I have heard so many different pronunciations for. I call it a demonolator, but it doesn't seem like that's probably how it's supposed to be pronounced. I have no idea how to pronounce that word. I know what it means. But okay, it's doing that. Okay, I'm just gonna get out the Facebook so it'll stop distracting me. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean I know what the word means, but never been clearly clear on how to pronounce it. No, demonolator. The Grabavoy numbers, unfortunately, I was about to ask you about demonoliter. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've heard very few people say it in person. Like most of the times I've seen that word, I've read it. The Grabavoy numbers, I'm actually not sure what those are. I feel like I should know, but it's not clicking in my brain at the moment. All right. So yeah, yeah, yeah. That's when I understand it to mean is someone who works with specific devils or demons. I've known a few people that had that took that title. One of them was actually family. Like they'd been worshiping the same spirits in their family circle for quite a while. It was rather interesting. There was a lot of strangeness that happened with that person at the end, though. Cult Rejects had a guest today that basically said working with the demon destroys a person's will. I begged to differ. Indeed, that is absolutely absurd that working with the demon destroys your will. If anything, if you want to um work with demons properly, you have to have a strong will, and it's going to get stronger as you're working with them because you have to maintain that. Because as much as I definitely do not see demons as evil beings, they do expect you to be strong. you're gonna have any respect for you. Then I looked up the source. Okay, so the CIA uses one of them in their documents for pain to shut it off, and I have back pain, so I got the document and tried it, and it worked in 5 seconds. Wow, cool, interesting. I'll have to check that out sometime. Yeah, the Golden Dawn. That's basically what it is. It's Christian approved magic. I don't know. Um, I have a lot. I actually have a lot to say on that topic. Oh, cool. Very cool. So, to me, a servitor, nice. Yeah. The Jinn are a very interesting group. I had someone ask me a while back what the Jinn were like, and I don't know. I feel like that was asking me what humans are like because there's so many different type of Jinn, and they are not something that's anything created at some point. They are a natural being that evolved just like anything else. And there's so many different races of them. I was like, might as you can't say what Jinn are like other than that they're etheric beings. So many different types. And I've worked with some. Uh, a lot of the work I've done with Jinn is another one of them ones. The Jinn have a lot of secrecy. So very little that I do know aren't things that I am necessarily comfortable with talking about. And yes, Ave King Paimon. He's pretty cool. Like I said, I certainly appreciated the glow up he gave my dream platform, helped me understand how that thing worked. And yeah, very cool. Very cool. Made it so that my dream platform is much more mobile than it was in the past, which was incredibly handy. So, in my experience, this is one of the things King Paimon, at least that's also what I was told he was good at, was engineering and basically creating of structures. Like, well, this guy seems like a great guy to work with my dream platform, and it very much felt like a glow up. Like he kind of pimped my ride in the dream platform sense of the word. He understood the how to work in that particular area of the astral, I guess, way better than I did, and he showed me some cool stuff, things that I use for other stuff outside of the dream platform. Even now, just now that I know these things. But anyways, um, servitors. Servitors, I feel, are kind of the base of it all because they're a concept given motion. And it all starts there. Like the servitor is the most basic concept of it all. Anytime you're making a created being, as you're thinking it up, well, life isn't completely linear, yeah? Dream platform. That's something we haven't been talk. That's not a tonight's topic, but it is an area that you come to over and over again, either through astral projection or lucid dreaming. And it's a space that you have claimed as your own. And through repetition, you make it stronger and stronger. And it is a space that is yours. And for me, ideally, the idea is not just that we go there in between dreams or during our dreams to check in, have a base of power where we can actually perform rituals on the astral plane, but also to give us somewhere to go in between lives so that we're not dependent on any astral being to give us somewhere to crash out in between lives, somewhere to crash out, somewhere to be while we're not alive. Crash out has a different word, has a different connotation these days. I'm not talking about getting angry. I'm talking about like hanging out. Child of the 90s, I guess. To me, crash out means sleeping on somebody's couch. So that's an important part of the dream platform, but that's what it is a space that we create. Yeah, so exactly. Somewhere to linger in between lives, and with having a dream platform, that makes it a lot easier to resist reincarnation if you don't want to reincarnate, and gives us a better ability to control when and where. Because if you don't have something, if you're just over there kind of wandering around, only partially aware, you're going to get pulled into the very next brain that fits your frequency. That's all right. That's all right. So, servitors, like I said, we want to start there because to me, it's kind of the base. Anytime you're creating a created being, the creation isn't fully linear and really starts the moment you start thinking about that being. And one could argue that that first bit there is more of a tulpa, like an imaginary friend. But again, these definitions are mostly important to have a conversation about what is going on, not something that should limit the creative potential of the creation itself. Yeah. These aren't supposed to be limiting factors. They're simply supposed to be vocabulary words so we can discuss what we've done with each other, talk shop, essentially. Okay. So whether you want to call it a servitor or a tulpa, the whole process begins with a concept, an idea of a being. And the longer we spend in that process, the more powerful they can become. Like this thing here, I've actually been in some ways working up to this point since I was like 15 years old, 14, somewhere around there, when I first started getting my altar servitor. And that became wrapped up in the servitor sigil or the minion sigil with the yeasts and all the different life forces that have been coming together and creating processing units for my altar servitor. And that over the process of 30 something years, what would it be? 33 years or so, has slowly evolved into the point that it is now wanting a name I've actually known since I was like, what, 18? Or no, 20. I was 20 when I joined the coven, when I joined that Welsh Cunning coven and first heard the words that gave me a name that I've been thinking on ever since. I did try to take it as my own name at one point, but it didn't. I don't know. He will be in there, but he'll also be a wearable tulpa, so sometimes it will be my name. When we get to that point, I suppose I will be revealing the name. But even the servitor sigil, as it evolved, well, I'm 47 years old. It's coconut oil. Keeps my skin young. And I just have kind of a young face. Comes from well, like it's one of the things where I got lucky with my particular neurodivergence. I'm just kind of set in cheerful. Can't help it. Like being depressed for long periods is hard for me, even if bad shit is going on, because well, my natural preset is fairly happy, and I'm just kind of stuck there at times, in some ways. But also because of the ADD, if I am upset or depressed about something, I'll forget about it, go back to being happy for at least part of the day, till I remember whatever the hell was wrong and it has me upset. But I'll get yes, exactly. Um, I was one place where I got lucky with my neural divergence is sometimes even when I'm really upset, I forget that I'm upset and go be happy for a few minutes and then remember. Even in the midst of my worst existential crisis, I would still have a few times a day where I forgot that I was upset by realizing nothing mattered, and I'd have fun doing something. And again, I acknowledge the privilege and luck that I have with my particular neurodivergence. But anyways, yeah, so they all start there. And I have a few beings that have evolved from one category to another. But I think at this point we should maybe define the categories. I don't know. I feel like I was going somewhere and then I kind of derailed. So yeah, the concepts of beings, and then you know, that's where the being begins, one way or the other. The second you start thinking about it is where it really started. And yeah, it doesn't become full until that moment of acknowledgement, that moment of creation, which is usually with the unveiling of the name for me. I write down the sigil and speak the name, unless I'm going like with full on egregore. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and get to the categories, and then we'll pick back up with what I was saying there. Okay, so the way I usually list the categories is the first one is a servitor. A servitor is typically not self aware, is designed to perform a specific function, is not usually given a name, but does have a sigil with which to hold its form most of the time. Sometimes they're a little more basic than that. But to me, that's how I define a servitor. It is a non self aware being. The less often when I'm saying servitor, I'm talking about something much more complex than that. This is the base. It is a non self aware being designed to perform a particular task. Traditionally, a servitor is one time use. Like you go out, it goes out, it does its thing, it dissipates. It's almost like a smart bomb, or a very basic AI drone. Like the one I do in the most popular video I ever made, the demonstration on how to cast a servitor, which we're going to be updating soon because I have new condensing chambers. Um, that one, I'm describing how to make a being that is going to go out and push a protection. And I made a sigil that is very demonstrative of the task that it is intended to perform, and then was sent out. It's nothing that was ever given a name, and I am just doing a demonstration. So actually, there's I was mostly going through the motions in that one. It's got a lot of theater in it. It looks good. All the parts are there, but I wasn't really sending anything out. I had no one to protect that needed protection in that moment. So it was demonstration. And like I said, we're going to get back to that, but next time I do it, I do want it to be one that's actually doing something, because that's, even at the time, it kind of bothered me that I was essentially going through the motions and not just doing it. Yeah, see, that is a great place to start such a being. Now, the problem with one that you've reached in a dream like that is you will need to determine whether that is a real being that has been contacting you, or if it is oh, you have an altar by the same name. Yeah. Huh. Somehow that didn't register the first time I read your comment. I had a dream about a vampire named Zalil, and I have been obsessed with him since. I perhaps not coincidentally have an altar by the same name, been thinking about him and drawing him lately. Yeah, see, you're on the way to creating that. Very much so. If there you have an altar, that could be like with Spinny over here. Once he's done, because I've tried to take on what his name's going to be. I've tried to take it on before myself as my magical name. Um, but I always wind up with three-letter names. Like even before I did the Sorcerer Tal, because I mean I've known about the past life stuff for a while, but choosing to take that name on again in this life was a particular decision. So I tried to take on that one for a while, which is way more than three letters. It's Gaelic, it's hard to pronounce. People, yeah, it didn't work out for me at that time. But my name before that, when I was with that Welsh cunning coven out of Vegas, well, they didn't say they were a Welsh cunning coven, to be clear, but I know what the stuff was. I know what they were and what I was working with. But anyways, oh, my name at the time then was Sid, 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 and it's only because I needed a three-letter name. There's a pull for me there. Hey, Mark, Warden Mark, good to see you. There's a pull for me with the three-letter names. You know, like my my day-to-day name is Art, three letters, and it was my dad's way of giving me a name that fit into both cultures because I'm not named Arthur, right? But there's lots of people that have the name that go by Art that are named Arthur. I'm named after the concept of art. So it's fits into his grandfather's culture and fits into normal society at the same time because I say art and people don't think, oh, that's a Native American name. My name isn't Eagle or something. It's Art. But I mean, I don't know. I consider myself my father's child, and my ancestors who they are, but calling myself Native American or Indigenous feels kind of weird. I don't know. I'm very much at a weird crossroads as far as all that goes. At first, I thought the vampire could have been an angel by the same name due to the content of the dream and character, so I did an experiment to check, but found it said that the dream character is a part of me, and I think it is a representation of my altar by the same name. This makes sense. See, that's what I'm saying. Like when you said it was one of your altars, I think this is one of them things you could work out into a wearable tulpa. And those are incredibly valuable. Like I intend Joshua Wittershins to be something that I can wear, but that's actually one of the first things I ever created. Before I ever heard of Servitors or any of that stuff, I had several wearable tulpas as a child. One of the most important being Froggy Dundee, who I still use to this day. We're skipping ahead a bit on the tulpas, but yeah, let's go. We'll get to the basics of a tulpa. Now, the word is stolen, to be clear. A tulpa originally had to do with, I believe it was Buddhism. Yes, the Buddhist monasteries, they would make up a tulpa. And a tulpa was a shared imaginary friend, essentially. They would intentionally create a being. They knew it was created, decide this is what the being is, this is what he does, this is how he protects the monastery, these are his goals, this is his thing. And they would tell everybody about him and talk about him. And the more people believed and shared the idea of the tulpa, there he was. And he was anchored to that place and all the people that believed in him through that place. We've stolen the word, right? And since I don't have a better one, I continue to use it. But in chaos magic terms, most of the time, a tulpa basically means an imaginary friend. Yes, awesome. Yeah, see, this is the type of thing with a tulpa. You just create a being. I created something when I was 17, named him Beautiful. His job was to protect me. Yeah, see, this is the classic tulpa, like Harvey in that old black and white thing. Like in our chaos magic rendition, what a tulpa is an imaginary friend. Usually they are created and anchored around a name and an image. I had an imaginary friend when I was a kid that I don't know how many of you watched Shoe Shine. So even when I was a kid, that was an old cartoon. Underdog. Sorry. William Blake Lodge created a group created being several years back. Yeah, I believe they did. That sounds pretty familiar. See, and that's a classic tulpa, but in the modern terms, it's anytime you make a created being based on the image. And now a wearable tulpa. We're gonna get to that next because this is one of the first things I ever did, long before I ever heard the word chaos magic, long before I ever heard anything. As I got into this, well, soul shifting in and of itself was one of the first things. Yes, underdog. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about shoe shine. While we're talking about tulpas, I gotta talk about my tulpa from when I was a kid. His name was Shoe Shine, and he looked exactly like underdog, like the onesie with the cape, spoke in rhymes. And yeah, I saw shoe shine. Like just like I see anything else. Just like I'm seeing well, I'm not seeing any other people. I'm technically alone in this room, but and he looked like a cartoon is what's silly about it. But I very much believed in shoe shine. I still do. To be quite honest, if you asked me if shoe shine was real, I saw him. He was there. Um, but he did the classic childhood friend, imaginary friend thing is as I got older, he bailed. He actually the very last memory I have of shoe shine was him coming up to me because he's a dog. I don't know if you've ever for anyone who's never seen Underdog. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a frog. No, not bird, nor plane, nor even frog. Just little old me, Underdog. Anyways, he's a cartoon dog that has superpowers. And he came to me, the last time I saw him, he came to me and he told me he was moving to Australia to live with his cousins, the dingoes. That's the last time I ever saw him. I missed some stuff in the conversation here. Could you become an egregore itself that potentially transforms you into a god form? That's kind of the more like the what we're talking about here with the wearable tulpas. Could the soul become an egregore and eventually God form when you receive enormous energies? That's kind of what I'm working at here. My altar zeal is inspired by the angel of the same name. Idea of wearable tulpas interesting as a DI. Yes, yes. Very interesting for those of us with DID. And oh, that's awesome that you remember Underdog. Seems like being multiple people except without the dissociative amnesia or symptoms that may yes. See, I this might be a way to help get that under control, but I don't know. Because like I was saying to you before, Max, I think the because plurality, the DID thing, the susceptibility to it clearly runs in my family. Um, my dad would disagree with me when I say this, but my dad has DID. I'm very convinced of this. He's just not fully aware of what's going on because he had the trauma to shatter himself into the personalities. I didn't have that trauma, but I've always had other people talking in my head. And the idea of soul shifting, dissociative identity disorder. They used to call it multiple personalities. I hope that I don't know if that word is offensive now. I certainly don't mean to be offensive, obviously. Whatever it is, I feel like if something, if I'd had that trauma somewhere in my life, I would probably be in the same category, but I never had the shattering experience. Um, That being said, the wearable tulpas, and you don't have to have that. You don't have to have DID to be able. There you go. That's a better way to say it. Thank you, Max. Dissociative identity disorder, living as multiple people in one brain and body. It exclusively comes from repeated childhood trauma. Yeah, I do think though that there is a genetic predisposition for it, and I think that I have that, or maybe it's just because I grew up with a dad who had undiagnosed and untreated DID. Um, yeah, I mean, some of it he acknowledged because he changed his name at the age of 18 from going by his first middle name to going by his first name, which is weird for my family because we have like a family first name that's inherited, and none of us go by it. Like I go by Art, and Art's actually my middle name. My first name is like kind of a title. Why not visit Underdog in the Astral? I have worked with Underdog a few times, but it's not the same. It is not the same as it was when I was a child. I wish I could say it was. So the wearable tulpas is the idea of just creating a tulpa, and they can even have their own existence outside of being wearable. Most of the ones I have don't. They're like sheaths on a shelf. This one will be different because I want this to be something I can take on. But um ones like Froggy Dundee, which was exactly for catching frogs, is just a role I would assume. And when I became Froggy Dundee, I would have more energy. I would be able to see small things better. I just understand frogs better. To the point that like when I was trying to catch these particularly small river frogs, I wasn't able to catch them until I took on the role. Like it was definitely a real thing. This whole idea of soul shifting is something that came to me at a very young age, and I've always understood that I could be. Um, that I could, what's the word? That I could program myself to be what I wanted me to be. It's just always kind of been there. Like that was one of the first things that, well, at the risk of sounding even crazier than I already sound, the voices in my head told me I could do. And like, I don't know exactly where all that comes from. I do think part of it is inherited with the idea that I was the next Manitou, because there is definitely an idea in that the ones before you can come and talk to you. Yes, yes, very much is. This is very much something that was brought to me in the a Native American context. Like I said, it feels a little weird for me to call myself Native American. My great grandfather certainly was. He was the Manitou Medowin quote unquote shaman for the Black River Valley Ojibwe. And he died before I was born, but he said I would be the next Manitou. And Manitou is only one of the words, right? It means mystery, sorcerer, spirit. And that part I did. Yeah, I definitely inherited that. But the whole Medowin thing, like I had to be initiated into that. And I grew up far away from Michigan after he died. So, I mean, I've got some stuff passed down. Don't get me wrong. Do have stuff passed down. There is knowledge that's been passed down to me. But, and just because the dude died before I was born, which I seem to say all the time, Oh, just because the dude died before I was born doesn't mean I've never met him. But we're getting way off topic. So a wearable tulpa. These to me, I mean, I'm trying to think of how to say how to create a wearable tulpa. But it's it's instinctual. Yeah, it's been so instinctual for me. I'm trying to figure out how to even explain it other than you come up with a guy or a lady or a being, or in some cases, some of the earliest cases where I would just come up with feet. I would tell myself that my feet were like a goat's and they could brace on any surface. And as long as I kept believing that, I could walk fairly sideways on stuff. And part of it is maybe like, actual getting more grip from the visualization, but it's also this the accepting of that you can do a thing makes you much less likely to hesitate, and especially walking across sloped surfaces that are at quite the angle. The big part of the important part of that is not to hesitate and just do it. Because if you hesitate at all, you're definitely going to slide off, right? I mean, depending on how the slope is, it might not be enough, but it makes me think of, when Wile E. Coyote is chasing the Roadrunner, and the Roadrunner runs to the end of a cliff and turns, and Wile E. Coyote runs off the edge of the cliff, and he keeps going until he looks down. And that idea that I could walk across those type of surfaces and get away with it helped me do it. It's almost like because I believed I was still on something I could keep an angle on. That being said, it doesn't seem to work as well as an adult, but I also weigh more now, so, but I mean, ask well. To be clear, it does work. Felix can probably vouch that some of the places I step on rocks when we're going fishing and walk down stuff if they've been paying attention. Some of it's a bit ridiculous. Like, and what I'm doing in them moments is I'm putting my hoof down instead of my foot, which is like a part of body, wearable tulpa, soul shifting, whatever you want to call that. I'm putting down a goat foot rather than a man foot because a goat foot's going to hold better. Even though obviously I'm not literally forming my foot into a goat's foot. If I could do that, well, the world would be a lot different if I could shapeshift. That's for sure. Like I said about my great grandfather, he could turn into a deer, but he had a deer that he kept behind the stage that looked suspiciously like the one he could turn into. But that doesn't mean the man was a complete charlatan. Like they used illusion and stuff. But anyways, wearable tulpas. That is um how they're created essentially is just by imagination. Pretend you're a thing. Like when you were a kid and you pretended you were a pirate. There you go. Pirate, cop, whatever game you like to play, doing that thing, just going into it. The whole power of the wearable tulpa is in imagination. And for you in particular, Max, this might be helpful. You know, I don't know. I do know that I've got stuff in my head too, but I never had the trauma. Well, I'm probably not supposed. Well, no, I'm in BC. I can answer that. And I've actually talked about it before. Super lemon haze, a very nice sativa that keeps me halfway sane. That is the one key to my neurodivergence being a good thing. And something that I can stay high functioning with is I do need my meds. It's kind of funny. Most people, if they don't have pot, they get all. I mean, when they smoke pot, they get all wandering around and daydreamy in their head. For me, it's the other way around. If I haven't smoked for a while, or I haven't had even It's gotten to the point sometimes where if I don't have good enough pot for a few days, I'll start daydreaming and wandering off in my brain. Mhm. That makes sense. Like, I did used to have a lot more personalities, and we got to the point where, like, I had the idea that we could all converse and communicate, and we had, like, how would I say this? There was a space created in my head specifically for the purpose of all of us being able to have a conversation. And at some point in all that, we decided to all of us integrate. But, you know, I don't know how it is with you, but no matter how far it always got, my personality, art, was always dominant. There was never like, I can't, none of the other ones could take over unless I chose, unless I'm like, okay, I'll do this today. I'm gonna let this take over. But they were all like, all most of them created things. Like I have a few exceptions, and those are the ones that still exist. Is the ones that I essentially didn't create, that were just kind of part of me. Like Mr. Growly. Mr. Growly is the thing that comes out. Like if you look at my videos where I'm tongue writing and I'm letting it the belly fire. She, maybe, I don't know. It's hard. I want to say genderless, but that's not entirely true. Is one that was always there. What does it mean to show creative potential with blood servitors? Now, um, I actually apparently really need to use the no. We can wait a moment before I do the first thing. Let me answer that. Blood servitors are very powerful. Yeah, see, that's I kind of figured that was one of the main differences is that for me, like this personality is dominant to the point that like this is my head. Everyone else is just anything else is just kind of in there. Even the Mr. Growly thing. Unless I get to the point of extreme passion or anger, it's a choice to let Mr. Growly out. But blood servitors are extremely powerful. I really hate to do it, but I do have to do the I have to take an intermission. Back really fast. Okay, I'm back. So, let's see. What have I missed? I made associative amnesia. Yeah, I had a dream. I was creating air. Okay, we talked about the blood servers a little. Yeah, I mean, like for me, Well, the old Sensimilla had other effects that were quite interesting, but still the sativa, I do get that. Yeah, blood magic has huge potential. I talk about that more in Gaming 500. Look at CIA PDF document. Okay, looks like I'm caught back up. I've been making spirits out of me since I was 4 and wasn't a witch love. Yeah, I mean, those of especially honestly, those of us that have um almost all of us that wind up doing magic will eventually realize we've been doing it a lot longer than we thought we were. Because it's I mean, it's inherent in all people, really. And the creating of beings, especially, is um the creating of beings is something that is inherent in the human psyche. You know, we see faces everywhere. I'm trying to remember the name for the thing right now where, oh, shoot, the heck is it called? That thing where you see faces everywhere. Aphasia or something like that. Anyways, cannot seem to remember the name of it right now. But that's pareidolia. Thank you. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. Pareidolia. Pareidolia, what the tendency to see faces everywhere. This is part of what creates that. We have a tendency to see faces, and also to personify things. To well, it's not necessarily demon faces with pareidolia. I don't think it's just that we see faces. Yeah, like I mean, when I was a kid, I had it bad. I had to smooth out my blankets because otherwise it was looking at me. I could see all these faces and the wrinkles, and they were all looking at me. So I had to face them all, smooth them all out. But we have a natural tendency, all of us, to see faces and things, to want to personify inanimate objects. When something falls on us, a lot of us get mad at the object. There you go. You're beginning to put very cool, Max. I was the warden Mark. Got to share this tulpa experience. I was at work on break outside the parking lot. I was tired of feeling alone and just created a tulpa named Alucard and made him look like the one from Helsing. Cool. Maybe part of my polarity is also part of why I love Poppet. Yes. I mean, I do think those of us that have some polarity are we're stuck creating characters one way or another. We're going to create them. But like I say, I think everybody does this to some extent. We all tend to think that there's a thing in the shadows we see faces everywhere. It's part of the human experience. And that's why the human collective unconscious, which is essentially part of the mental realm, is so populated with beings. It's amazing how many beings turn out to be essentially created. But just because something is created does not mean it doesn't have self-awareness or rights. A related term is apophenia, which is the broader tendency to perceive meaningful patterns or connections in random information. Pareidolia is essentially a visual subtype of apophenia. Yes, good point. And that's another part of what we do is we tend to see patterns in what is supposedly random information. Now, random is one of the few words I don't believe is possible. I don't think anything is actually completely random because the interconnectedness of all things. But some of the patterns we see are less connected than we think they are. Yeah. Like one can easily drive oneself mad seeing all the patterns and things. You know, I've seen a lot of people do magic in Minecraft, Max. The David Wilcox fan shortly asked me, what was Alucard doing next to your car? So somebody saw your tulpa. That's kind of cool. Okay. Let's see. Puppets for my headmates at times. I mean, this is, I think, a very good idea. It gives you an expression of them. Um, like, I'm not a therapist or anything. I'm just someone who has had some similar experiences. I would advise trying to make some kind of, if you don't have something like that, some kind of town hall space, somewhere where y'all that live in your head can get together and talk about things. Like, that's definitely part of what helped me assimilate ourselves into a solider form. And I've seen my dad do it. This is how I'm pretty sure my dad has plurality, because he talks. Because sometimes when he's really, really drunk, they'll all sit there and have a conversation, all talking out of the same mouth. I don't think he'd appreciate me giving that information out. Okay, good, good. So you do have a way to converse with each other. That's good. I think it's very important to have that, because y'all need to find a way to get along with each other at the very least. Elsewhere, very nice. Can you get okay? So somebody's asking me. Hold on, I got to scroll up again. I missed some questions here. Do what makes it very, very power, Tal, because I've made some very powerful causality sigils with my blood on them and sending them to the lucid dream world to change things in the past. Well, I mean, blood magic is a whole topic. I talk about it in Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 2, which isn't the one I have pinned, it's the second volume. But um for servitors especially, it can be extremely powerful to use blood magic. But you need to be very careful with this, because when you work with created beings that feed on your blood, you give them an incentive for you to bleed. So you need to be very careful when using your own blood to create any kind of being, because they are going to want your blood. And this can become problematic over time. You need to make rules. You need to set up boundaries. You make it very clear how they feed on your blood, and that they can't feed on it in any time where they've tried to take it in ways other than what has been prescribed. The whole thing can become very powerful. Yeah, I mean, even if you haven't had the trauma, I think. By the way, that the two of you are getting a little cross. Agatha is jealous about this, about the pipe, not about having plurality. If I understood correctly, there are forms of plurality singlets can experience safely, such as wearable tulpas and lucid dreaming, among other forms. Huh. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. No. Oh, I misunderstood what you were saying there, Max. I didn't process that right the first time. Yeah. It's actually got the tree from Lord of the Rings on there. It's supposed to be a replica of Gandalf's pipe. Oh, you were jealous. Well, without it, that's when I go off the rails. This is literally my meds. Like, people don't believe me about that until they've lived with me for a while and see what happens if I run out of weed, and all of a sudden I don't know what's going on anymore. I forget everything. You talk to me and I start daydreaming. That's what happens when I don't have my meds. I mean, after a while, I'll get under control. After about a week of not having pot, I go back to old. I go back to non-medicated me, but it's different. I have to keep a much closer tabs on myself. Like that week in between, where where I'm not used to having to keep that close of an eye on myself. I'll get real spacey. But after about a week, I'll finally start remembering that I'm not stoned. And I have to keep a close eye on what I'm doing, and I get more high function. I get back to being more high functioning, but it's not the same. My brain wanders off. Okay. I don't have a lot written on blood magic right now, but I do have the basics in Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 2 here. I can probably get a thing up for that. Whoops, that's not the button I meant to push. No, give me. Oh. Okay. I'm going to leave number 1 pinned, but this isn't volume 2. I talk about it in there. You can also go onto my playlist or onto my page, Sorcerer Shadow Volume 2 playlist, and I talk quite a bit about blood magic in there, but it will give you it's not going to tell you everything. The whole book isn't about blood magic. There's a couple chapters, a couple essays on it. But it is going to tell you the important stuff you're going to need to not hurt yourself, because there are a lot of pitfalls of blood magic. Blood magic is not one of the safe forms of magic. There are things you need to know, and most importantly, things you need to know is you don't need lots of blood. It's about the letting of it. Yeah, you don't need most of the time a diabetic pinprick. Various life streams I was on, people figured out about thought forms beings and they meditate and see old wise masters who tell them to meditate. So they kept meditating on it and turned out that was a thought form they made inadvertently. Yes, you can easily make thought forms on your own. Yeah, I'm in Canada, British Columbia specifically, and here it's completely legal pretty much. And I mean, that's not why I'm here, but that is very nice. Like, I'm here because I fell in love with Felix. But the benefits to being here are pretty cool. I really like British Columbia. It's a good place. And this island I'm on is pretty freaking cool too. So we let's see, we did tulpas, wearable tulpas. We're gonna get back to more advanced things with the servitors, but egregores. We'll talk about egregores next. Oh, there goes my lighter. So, an egregore, by my definition, is a created being this is the first one. Edgar's Gourds. That's fun. They also sometimes like to call that make fun of the Greg in there in CMG. Like there's a couple different ways to play with the word for sure. But an egregore is a being created has a anchor point outside of the self and will often use life force energy and yes, egregore. We thought you were making a joke. It's egregore, the same way that Agatha wrote it up there. And it is like I said, it is a egregore to me, the way I understand the word, because you'll hear all these words thrown about all over the place. And I think it's important that we have clear definitions which is why in the Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 1 and Volume 2, in there is a vocabulary list that explains all of these words. So at least we can, amongst ourselves, have a conversation. Like, it's important to know the vocabulary words. It's almost important to know the vocabulary words as it is to not let the vocabulary words get in the way of your creativity when you're actually making creative beings. Yes, I said that right. I think it's not allowed. It's not, it's important that you don't let the words get into the way of your creative process when making creative beings. But it's also important that we define the vocabulary words properly so that we know what each other are talking about when we say things. Yeah. Okay. So an egregore is to me one that has a anchor point outside of the self and just besides something just like a sigil, right? Because like a sigil is outside of the self, and a lot oftentimes a servitor will have a sigil. Usually a tulpa doesn't. Tulpa just has a name and a concept, and it can be just to yourself or it can be shared. And we've already been through that. But an egregore has an outside anchor point. A lot of times it's often just a bottle. Its physical form does not need to match its astral form. A lot of times, the egregore will simply be created in a bottle. Typically, when I'm making something of this nature, I also use outside life force energy. Like sometimes often it'll be seeds. Um, when one uses one's own seed, which I suppose is a lot easier for someone with how do I say that? Especially on a live. For those that produce seed, I make that one that particular one's probably a bit easier. I mean, other people have an egg they produce, but I think I'm assuming it would be very hard to locate the egg itself. Anyways, I feel like I was getting a little awkward there. Um, what are we saying? What am I getting at? Okay. So those things that actually kind of counts as outside life force because it's not a life force you any longer have full control over. But I'm more talking about seeds. One of the most common things for me to use is garlic cloves because there's so much vitality in a garlic clove and it can grow up and create a large amount of life force energy. That's what I used for Boris even when I was making a cost spirit, which nice. So yeah, when I'm making a cost spirit, especially, I'll often use garlic cloves. Like I said, I use those in Boris, which was the cough for the cash cow sigil. Um, let's see. Uh, yeah, I've used all kinds of different types of seeds. There's actually for Manatelu's egregore part of his process, which Manitelu is a spirit, which I suppose would be considered a golem at this point. I believe his body. Oh my, where is Manitelu gotten off to? Should have. Oh, he's up in the room now. But at this point, his body is an articulated, um, like dummy for like posing. Yeah, see, by my definition, that becomes more of a tulpa. The egregore of magic or the egregore of everyone's energy perceptions fed to a famous spirit or mighty dead. Like, by the way I've understood the definitions, that would be more of a tulpa, but I have heard people say that those exact words that you're using there. Like the vocabulary words, we get very confused even amongst ourselves. as to what these words actually mean. Even that's part of what I'm talking about. Is like, is that an egregore or is that a tulpa? Because it's a shared concept that we're all imagining the same thing, and it creates something. Like, and to me, an egregore, and the way I understood the term when I was first learning chaos magic, was a being that, like, put in a bottle. An egregore is kept in some kind of anchor point. Like I said, most of the time I will use outside life force energy like seeds. I've used corn, germinated corn, and this is just put into the bottle to provide that life force energy. Of course, it's going to have like, what you use as the life force energy is going to have an effect on the overall created creation of the being. Sexual substances used to charge a spirit works even if someone doesn't have that type of seed. As a trans man, I've charged sigils, entities, God, and rituals without any trouble. Oh, indeed. Yeah. I mean, especially for sigils and that type of work, I mean, any kind of sexual excitation is going to work, right? Like, I'm talking about the actual organic process, like when I put corn seeds in there, but really, I don't know. Like, it gets very complex, and I'm not gonna I'm not qualified to say what can or can't work in these categories. Hmm, you've got a worm bin. Um, that would be like putting a sigil on that each that is influencing each generation of the worms, and harnessing power from that and using that to process its own thoughts might be very interesting. That's what I was doing with the Daphnia. That's what I do with the Servitor sigils, and eventually worked up to Mr. Spinney over there. But what else? I had more I was going to say on the other bit there. Yeah, but it all is going to work in one fashion or another. Um, I fu- yeah. Let's not. No, let's see, what was I going to say there. I find myself that the other end of that, from what I have, actually seems to be the more powerful of the two. But both have their own thing. And yeah, like, whatever works works in the end. You know what I mean? So where was I? Egregores. Egregores to me are outside containers that don't need to match that don't need, that their material form does not necessarily need to match that of their astral form. It's typically life force contained in a jar. I like to use something very outside life force most of the time. With Manatellu, I used, well, one of the things that I used, along with corn seeds and seed, was a fossilized thistle seed from Lake Bonneville back in Utah. It's like they had a lake clear back at the end of the ice age, and like, after it dried out, it created fossilization. And there was a big old thistle seed that I had found perfectly preserved in the shell layer, sandstone. No, it's shell. It was a type of shell, which I guess is a type of sandstone. But either way, it was preserved in there in the layers when I was out there splitting layers open looking for bird tracks. I found a whole fossilized thistle seed, and I used that in the bottle that I made from Manatellu. And that was like a pretty significant part of the process. But Manatellu is the first spirit that I had that evolved. Now, unfortunately, I have yes, exactly. It was a fossil preserved in the shell layers from Lake Bonneville, which was like a lake at the end of the Ice Age. And the lake itself actually, like, there was a land dam that had been naturally created as all the glaciers were melting, and supposedly it broke. This lake, according to the geological record, the dam broke at some point in this massive lake, bigger than like as big as one of the Great Lakes up in Michigan, just all went whoosh down from there, and then it all dried up. We have a little Great Salt Lake. I've cracked the seal with the drinking, and I have to do another intermission. Back in just a moment. Okay, so since we brought up Manatellu to that point, we might as well tell the story of Manatellu. Yes, this is a lot of fun, Agatha. I agree. I was I'm getting to where I'm really looking forward to Saturdays for the lives. Well, Wednesdays is fun too. I'm getting to where I really look forward to the lives. Anyways, let's see. Let's do the Lone Tree Dry Cider next. And we'll go ahead and tell the story of Manatellu. I feel like I've told the story of Manatellu a couple times, but it's a good one. And it's definitely something that should be told on tonight's live. Okay, so when I was 18 years old, um, one of my cousins from Michigan showed up in Utah. And well, anyway, we don't need to get into that. I've talked about this cousin before. Him and I wound up not getting along so well, but that's not important for the moment story. It's just there's so much animosity there that as soon as I brought him up, even though he's not alive anymore, I'm like, yeah, we don't get along. Um, anyways, um, what am I trying to say? Okay, so he showed up, talked me into leaving to go down to Florida with him, and we were homeless down there. And while we were there, we had a tent that was just set up in like this little like 2-acre woods swamp jungle in the middle of Fort Myers, Florida. And I really wanted to know if anybody was messing with my tent when I wasn't there. So I made a little messenger spirit, and his name was Manatellu, Man I Tell You. And his whole point was to tell me somebody was messing with my tent. So I make Manatellu, and I picture him for some reason green, this little green Native American boy. Like he's a Native American kid, but he's got like green skin and a little loincloth that he's wearing and stuff. And it's Manatelio. And he's supposed to tell me if anything happens. So he did a pretty good job. There wasn't a whole lot that happened. And in fact, there were a few things that him not telling me that someone who wasn't supposed to be there was there is how I know that my cousin was involved in what happened. And the story of me and my cousin in Florida is a whole nother story. It gets real weird. Maybe I'll tell it sometime, but I still don't know all of it. I still don't know all of my cousin's motives during all this. It was strange, but that's way off subject. So, um, all right. I can't help but do a little tangent. We used to have a little spider, like with our tent. I had this little spider that lived in the tent, and he lived right up by the zipper. Like when you'd unzip it, I would unzip the tent, and whenever I did that, I would try to always have some little bug and put it in a cobweb, and he'd come down and eat it. So I had this little spider that lived in our tent that was trained to you'd unzip the tent, and the little spider would come down and wiggle his front two legs at you, expecting you to give him a fly. And that was a great deterrent to keep people out of our tent. Because you'd unzip the zipper and here comes the little spider waving his tentacles, wanting his fly. But anyways, um, that was his purpose there. And then things went south there. Nice, Agatha. Um, I'd love to hear anytime people are being kind to spiders. Spiders rock, in my opinion. I love spiders. They're very cool to me, and it's very sad to me that people are a lot of people are like kill it on sight with what is probably one of the most intelligent bugs you've got, especially like your jumping spiders. They are so freaking cool. But anyways, so he has that rendition, and then I bring him home to Florida. To like I leave Florida because things got too crazy there. My cousin came back with me, but oh, cool! Tarantulas are awesome. So I go back to Utah, and I decide that I think I decided to make Manatello an Egregore. Like eventually, he starts requesting. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, Agatha. Sometimes you get too many spiders, but better to take them outside and let them get a chance out there than and kill them. I mean, sometimes there's too many spiders, and honestly, if it's a poisonous spider and I don't have somewhere far enough away to put it, you know, what are you gonna do? You can't have like actual dangerous insects where people might fall on them. So but yeah. Anyways, so I make him the bottle egregore that we were just talking about. And I had thistle seed, I had my seed, I had corn seeds, and all these other things that were put into this jar. And it actually bubbled for a while. Maybe it was fermenting, maybe all the things growing, but they all like I'm assuming all sprouted in there. And actually, no, I do know they know because eventually I opened up this jar and he was in the jar stage, and that's when he got real power. That's when he started getting real powerful, and I started really being able to see him. You could take the jar and put it up against your forehead, right under your third eye, close your eyes, and see Manatello. Like you could see him, and he's a little bit older now. Now he looked like a man, but he's still green, and he had the loincloth, and he was there. He was very much there, like, and other people could see him. Everyone I told him about, and I never told anybody what he looked like. That was part of the deal, because if I tell people what he looks like and then ask him if they saw him, they can lie to me, right? And that's important to me to get actual verification. I try to be as careful as I can about these things. So people come to my house, I'd let them put the jar to their head and ask them what they saw. And they all described a green person wearing a loincloth, which was freaking awesome. I was very happy with Manatellu when he came and told me all kinds of different things. There's many different times where Manatellu gave me messages about things I needed to know. So, this is one of the wild stories about Manatellu, and where he was very much starting to develop a personality of his own and not just being my messenger spirit. So I had a friend come over. I try not to say names, which it's reminding me not to say the name. So, anyways, I have a friend come over that had been my friend since high school, and he puts the jar to his head. And I'm assuming he didn't see anything because he pulls it away, and I ask him, "What did you see?" And he just looks at me and said, "He's a sick, strange, sad little man." And just then, an empty glass jar candle, as in there was a jar candle that I burnt all the way down. And it wasn't like one of them 7-day jar candles with a thick glass. It was a really big one that had a green candle in it that was scented, but it was thinner glass, weighed less than a 7-day jar candle, is my point. And he says that, and all of a sudden that jar comes flying across the room and smashes on the wall next to Ed's head, the person's head. And Ed runs off. He's like, "I'm out of here." He's like, "I gotta go." And he takes off and never did come to my house ever again, honestly. Come to think of it, I don't think he ever set foot in that house ever again. But so that was that part, and that continued for a couple of years. And then eventually I move out of my parents' house into my first apartment. And while I'm there, I'm doing this thing where I'm invoking my higher self, my fuller self, which at the time I called Fred. I would like summon up Fred and invoke Fred. And part of the reason I came up with the name Fred was because in my life just before this one, my name was Frederick Fryman. Now that I'm just assuming. Like, I do know that was my name in the last life. I'm assuming that's why I was calling him Fred. I'm not entirely sure there. It could also be that, like, your fullest self has a name of their own in some ways. Like, or at least mine does. My fullest self name isn't Tal. It translates to friend. So maybe I was hearing supposed to be friend and I heard Fred. Either way, being's name was Fred. And I would invoke Fred, kind of like I would a wearable tulpa, but not the same, because it's rather than me going into something and wearing it, it was something coming into me and wearing me. Not a something, because it's me coming down into me and wearing me as the me in this reality. It's like the larger self assuming control of the avatar. And when this happened, he would look, he, they, whatever, would look over at Manatellu's jar and see the life force in it. Could just see it. Like, I mean, when I was Fred, because there's still part of me there, right? When I was Fred, man, I could see with my eyes open incredibly well. And I can't do that at this point because um evolution of the process. Like maybe I've surpassed the Fred part. That's kind of what's going on here is getting to the next bit. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Yeah, that actually is a good point 'cause Fred is four letters. That is a very good point, Agatha. Yeah, but I can't like I think I've gone past that Fred part at this point. Or I don't know. That's really whatever it is. That is whatever it is. We'll just say that about it. But whenever I was Fred, I would see the energy in that jar and have this urge to open it and put it into a form a form that more conformed to the astral image, the astral form that I perceived within the jar. So eventually, I decide to do this. And I actually got really fucking sick when I opened that jar. Like, I opened it, and whatever it was that was alive in it, whatever life force it was in it, I don't know, bacteria, like if you want to be all like skepticism about it, but it was like his being was wrapped up in all this stuff that was in that jar and it needed to pass through me. I got super sick. Wound up running and playing to the porcelain god and the whole 9 yards that night. Like I went to sleep feeling okay, but like I knew something wasn't good. And then I got the what I call the sausage feeling. And then went to the bathroom, took care of that, and he left. And then I had made this little copper wire figurine of him, but it didn't really work. Like something wasn't quite right. And like I said, I got real sick. So for years I thought I messed it up because there wasn't like I had the little copper figurine, but he wasn't like and I got super sick and I felt a leaving and he wasn't there anymore. So for years I thought I'd messed it up. And then one day, I'm real bad with chronology, but I would say about 4 years after I'd broken the jar. That sounds about right. About 4 years after I'd broken the jar, I had this need, this communication to like need, communication, compulsion, whatever it was, to make a marionette of Manatellu. And like I just kind of knew how to make the marionette. So I took some bunch of safety wire. I have some safety wire here somewhere, but don't need to get it out and show you. It's just steel wire, and I made these little loops and made some shoulders and this arms and legs, made a little articulated skeleton, and then I got some air dry clay and formed a body around it with the loincloth and everything else. And actually like put yarn in for the hair. He's not that complex right now. I probably need to make him a new body. But anyways, I made the marionette. Yes, he came to me. He's like, "All right, it's time now. Make me a marionette, and this is how I want it formed. This is what I need." And I made the marionette. And that was with me for years. And he worked again. And he would tell me things when I needed to know things, and I would speak to him by simply picking up the crosshatch sticks, like the X that's on the top of a marionette, and I would hold it in front of me and just start talking to him, and he would just kind of maybe even take over my hand a little bit, I suppose, to like move around, and we would communicate just through the marionette. It worked very well. And then that same cousin, I wind up in a position where I got stuck living with this cousin. We had already had a like we don't I don't want to get into all of that, but we certainly had reasons to dislike each other. And this was years later. Like already had created the Sorcerers Guild, did my first thing of the Servitor minions, and I'd created this wine from it. The Servitor minions. Um Anyways, that's kind of off topic. We don't need to get that in depth into this. Yeah, kind of like using a Ouija board with a marionette servitor. I just hold him in front of me, and the crazy part was I couldn't keep him in one spot. Now I do have ADD like a motherfucker, but in object permanence, I struggle very badly with object permanence. It is not my strong suit. Something's out of sight, out of mind, man. That's just how it is for me. But that damn marionette, I could not keep it in a box. I could not keep it on a shelf. I could not keep it anywhere. No matter where I put it, the next time I wanted, man, I tell you, he was somewhere else in the room besides where I had put him. Yeah. And then I wind up living with Marv, with my cousin. And object permanence is the ability to remember that objects exist when they are outside of your sight. I have a tendency to just forget about anything that isn't where I can see it. Like if I want to keep on a project, I need to have part of what's going on with that project somewhere where I'm going to see it, or at least have a list written somewhere with it written on the list where I can see it. Otherwise, it will slip my mind and become non-existent. It's the same reason like lighters, once I've used a lighter, that don't exist no more. And I will forget to even put it somewhere good once I've used it. And it's just part of the one of the negative aspects of my particular neurodivergence. Things don't exist once they are outside of my whatever. It's a real yes, Max. It's a real pain in the ass, is it not? Oh, especially with the lighters and oof. Okay, so um, yeah, my cousin moves in with me in this space, and we were already at the point of like having some real problems at that point. Yes, yes, absent-mindedness is definitely a huge part of it, but like certain things are more difficult than others, like keeping track of objects, the object permanence. So, yes, I was talking about my cousin, and we wound up living together in the same place against my will. And I was very concerned that he would try to steal Manatellu because the type of stuff that he would steal from me was like he would steal stuff from me that was valuable, but also like stuff that if it was sentimentally valuable to me, he wanted to steal it just to, well, probably to feed off the energies. The most literal vampire I've ever met. Things, and that's what it comes down to. It was just predatory, but he would steal things that just only had sentimental value to me. There's no reason for him to take those things. There's no reason for him to try and break this part of my life, try and take this away from me. But I'm not trying to justify myself or my motives here. I'm just simply telling a story. So, during that time, created beings that existed, man to tell you, and the wine that I had made from the yeast things. So he claimed it was a compulsion, but he drank all my goddamn yeast minion wine. For one, like every time, every day, it'd be a little bit more gone. I'd be like, Marv, what are you doing? And he's like, I can't help but drink it. He said he wouldn't drink anymore, but part of me was like, well, if he's gonna be that stupid. Yes, we had lived together in tents at one point, and this was years later. And there's some stuff that went on when we were living in the tents that I didn't get into. Like the fact that he brought me down there with the idea that there was going to be this whole thing of people, and then I find out there's a Native American that is at least in some ways involved with a white supremacist organization that is now trying to fucking chase us down. Probably only hates him because his tan didn't go away when winter came, and that's a little more than I meant to tell. It's a little more than I meant to tell, but yeah, like it gets weird. It gets weird in the story with him, but he had DID as well. You know, like I say, it's a family propensity, and you know, there's a lot of family trauma, a lot of generational trauma that I can't say my dad was perfect, but he kept that shit away from me. He didn't let it happen to me, and he didn't do anything to cause that level of trauma that the rest of the family got. You know, there was a lot of bad stuff that could have happened to me too, but it didn't happen to me. And so that makes me kind of, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like maybe Marv had a right to be jealous of me. I wish I stopped saying his name. I try not to say people's names. But life goes where life goes, you know? I still have a right. I still have a right to be, even if life wasn't as hard for me in some ways. But he always knew how to talk to people. Polo? Anyways, right. I know I've been doing a bit of drinking. I have to do another intermission already again, everyone. I am sorry. Be right back. Okay, I've returned. I should probably check. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Where were we? So my cousin, we were talking about that particular bit of the story. Um, I'm not sure what the hell this has to do with created beings, but I've already started the story now. So I finally managed to get out of that space just before I go on my first walkabout. I've been real careful with my stuff. My room is always locked, but I can't find man to tell you anywhere. He's gone, you know, and I have no way to pin it on my cousin. And like we talk about it, he denies it. Still not sure if he stole Manitoulin or what, but he drank all the minions, all the minion wine. Probably stole Manitoulin. And I'm coming out of the situation really pissed off, but at the same time, unwise, extremely unwise to ingest my servitors and then run off with my golem. I mean, what are you thinking? You know? So now we get to the part where I kind of wish I hadn't started this story. Because this doesn't end well for my cousin. Um, Not too many years later, because of course he's got my servitor in him, and I'm not hearing from Manitoulin. Like something's up, you know, because I lost his thing, and maybe Manitoulin buggered off on his own. I don't really know for sure, to be clear, but he's got all my servitors in him, and I start concentrating on those servitors, making problems for him, for my cousin. And then why did I start this story? So, and then eventually, one night, I'm sleeping. We're just gonna go ahead and cut to the quick here. Well, yeah, I mean, we started this story. I mean, we are where we're at. I'm not gonna stop the story now. Um, so the last time I ever saw my cousin, I guess we are gonna talk about that part of it. Uh, and you know, it also explains how much this was a problem. I was at my parents' house. I'm getting ready to leave. My parents, everyone is left. Like I'm the only one in the house. I'm getting ready to leave. I hear the front door open. What the hell is that? And I go walking out, and there he is. He sees me, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And he turns and starts running. And I'm like, "No, wait, 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 dude, stop!" And it was just for some reason I knew it was important. And he's like, "What?" And I was like, "Come on, dude, I'll smoke a bowl with you. It's cool. Just come in the house. We'll get high together. We'll smoke. You know, we'll pass the pipe." And we did. And we had this conversation, about stuff. And he kept asking me which bus he needed to get to Salt Lake. Or I mean, back to Ogden. And I told him the opposite. Because, like, there's a bus going there's a bus going north and there's a bus going south. And I mean, we were passing the pipe, but he's lying to me the whole time. So I felt it was okay for me to lie to him back. Even in times of peace, the law of reciprocity applies, right? So I give him the wrong directions. I tell him which bus he's supposed to take, and it's the wrong one. But he should know better. He's lived in Utah for years at this point. And I honestly kind of figured he was just playing along with my BS while he was giving his BS. And then I walk him out of the house, and he did apologize. He's like, he told me, I'm sorry I've been such a bastard. Basically, I forget exactly what he said, but he apologized. And I was like, well, in a perfect world, I would have killed you in a duel long ago. And that was the last thing I ever said to him. And then he was walking off, and I drive around the block a few times, and I make sure that fucker gets on the bus. But what was crazy about it, that particular part, was when I looked at the bus, when I told him would take him to Ogden was really taking him into Salt Lake. Because I saw it. I was parked across the thing watching him to make sure that sucker got on the bus and didn't just turn around and go back to my parents' house to freaking rob him again, for like the who knows how manyth time. So I'm watching and I see the bus and it says Ogden on it instead of Salt Lake. He gets on it and he leaves on the bus. And then, I go do whatever I was doing that day. Yeah, absolutely. I had to make sure, you know, I had to make sure he was constantly robbing my parents, robbing me, robbing when we were still close and I still trusted him, robbing all the people that I had introduced him to. I mean, property is only worth so much, but just defacing my word and my trust, like, all these people that I had met him to, and then he turns around and robs them, you know? Anyways, like I say, so that happens. He leaves on that bus. I go do whatever the heck I was doing. And then I come home. And I'm sleeping. And I have this dream that Manitoyu finally come back to me. And in fact, this was the day that the day after this was the day that I made his next marionette. The one that you have probably seen film of, because it's one of the most popular videos. Is a couple of the films of him. Like that's like his, not his current one, because now he's in this dummy thing. He didn't really like the next marionette. He said it was too warrior like, and it wasn't really his thing. So now I made him that, and that's an intermediary body. But this big one behind, that's where Mr. Spins, not Manitoyu. I'm actually probably going to talk to someone about making a body for Manitoyu. But anyways, getting off subject again from this story. I have this dream. Manitoyu comes back to me. and he takes me into this cave of bones. And then at the center of the cave is this light, and these twinkling stars. And he's like, all right, this is the moment. This is what I can give you is now that we're here, now that this moment has arrived, I can help you make sure that this never happens again. So the twinkling was going to go away anyways, just so we're clear. Yeah. But I can help you make sure that it never exists in the same reality as you again, because this wasn't the only lifetime where my person who was my cousin in this lifetime, we have been in conflict for lifetime upon lifetime upon lifetime. He's like, we have a moment here, and you can take him outside of this reality and let him go over there. And I didn't know who he meant by him. I just knew that I was doing a thing. So I took the stars, the sprinkling, the twilight, whatever you want to call it, the sparkles, and I took them and I shoved them outside of this reality into another thing. And when I woke up, that was the day my cousin passed. But anyways, that is, I mean, it's definitely a story about created beings, I I think I've talked about that story before. This is, it's a heavy thing to process. It is what it is. And, I meant what I said to him about in a perfect world, we would have dealt with this a long time ago, and there's just the weird stuff about the first name, even. There's like this family jealousy, and because we come from royalty on the Hungarian side, and that's where the first name business started. And my family, like, just we don't have the money anymore, but we still got the fucking generational trauma. I don't know. I can't say life was I can't say life was fair to my cousin, you know. On every level of the societal thing, you know. He got racial prejudice on him because, well, I don't know how to say that without being horrible. But I mean, I would have loved to have a full head of pure black hair and, you know, look the part, look like my great grandfather. But he certainly got treated a different way in life because he looked that way than I did. And even our grandfather, not our great grandfather, but our grandfather treated us differently, not because of that part, but because I had the name from the Hungarian stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's not my job to take care of him, and he had it out for me since we were kids. I mentioned in an earlier episode about the cousin that encouraged me to jump out of the tree because it was on the side of a mountain and would or a hill, and that I would have this long glide, and he was old enough to know better that me jumping from there wasn't safe. He encouraged me to jump, and I jumped, and same cousin. I mean, I made it through, landed in a bramble bush, but I was such a crazy kid that I didn't care about scratches. I was bleeding, but my gosh, I had come really close to flying. I was excited and tried to do it a second time. And I think he realized finally what he was doing when I ran back into the tree and was going to jump a second time. He's like, no, get back here, but yeah, certainly someone that, anyways, now we're getting way off subject. There's lots of things that the amount of alcohol in my system want me to decide I'm just going to process here on YouTube live. But it was pretty crazy. It's the reason my dad, it was like a screw you to everybody when he suddenly decided to go by his first name, which is for my family incredibly cocky. Yes, jealousy is a life destroying trait, but I mean, he had a lot of things weren't the same for him as they were for me. But like I said, I'm pretty sure this isn't the first life. And if I remember things correctly, the first life where I'm sure we came around, things were the other way. And we just keep coming across each other, and each time we've got a conflict. And all I really did, I believe, it's not like I caused that moment. Maybe, I don't know. But all I really did was make sure he could be somewhere in another reality where we would stop conflicting this way. Because every lifetime we've ever had, every lifetime for a very long time now, we come across each other at some point, and one of us loses their incarnate once we do. YouTube does do that sometimes. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm gonna get. That's why I don't monetize these lives. you know, Especially since I've been drinking, you never know what I'm gonna say. You know, I do have to be mindful of the alcohol, but I did the last live on Wednesday without any and did just fine. So as long as I keep it under control, but alcoholism runs in my family and a tendency to run your mouth when you've been drinking. So best not to monetize these. Plus, y'all don't need to put up with commercials. Like, be talking to me and all of a sudden you're listening to some crap about whatever your algorithm says you should listen to. Yeah, you don't, yeah, you want to make sure you have all comments on. YouTube is, oh, I don't like how they do the comments thing. Like, I miss a lot of people's comments. Some of the comments, I'm forgetful. I'm absent-minded as hell. I'm like, oh, like sometimes it'd be an easy question. And I'm like, okay, I'll just answer that later because that's easy. Or I'll be like, oh man, that one really needs some thought. I better come back to it. And sometimes those will linger for months before I get back to them. And that kind of makes me a bastard, I suppose. But usually I typically do get back to them at some point. But a lot of times I miss them. That's right. That's where I was at. Is like a lot of times, I'll go to my own videos and it'll do that top comments thing. And unless I forget to change it to newest, like I don't get all comments for that, but I get newest or some other one. But if I don't change it, sometimes I don't see all the comments. So if you've got a comment that I haven't responded to, anybody in here, most of the ones that everyone that's like actually talking, I've responded to that I'm aware of. So definitely, if any of you have one that I haven't responded to, it's because this I keep forgetting to do all not all comments, but newest or whatever the other one is instead of top or relevant, whatever the one where they don't show all of them to you. Okay, so yeah, I done told that story. I think for like maybe the second or third time on the lives where I've actually brought it up. Oh, thank you, Agatha. My favorite live ever. Thanks for not constantly selling shit. You are welcome. In fact, it is very difficult for me to get myself to plug things. Honestly, I do sometimes because I do. It would be really nice if I could turn this into an actual career. No, I haven't found anything off putting about what you have said, Max, at all. Not at all. Um, you know, speaking of, I'm getting a little bit off subject, but I feel like at some point, oh, way off a subject, but I feel like at some point, you know, it's not entirely magic related. It's just the Venn diagram between those of us that are neurodivergent and those of us that practice magic that is in the area of my expertise. That Venn diagram is pretty much a circle. Um, so like at some point, I think maybe I should do like a series on how to interact with neurotypicals. Like because I've gotten really good at it. Like, and even like how to how else do I put this? How to do small talk. Like I mean, if this is something y'all are interested in, I'd be willing to elaborate on that because there are specific things that I have been told throughout life that have been very helpful to me. Some of them I kind of almost regret. Like I had someone who I guess was thank you, Agatha. That's sweet. Um but yeah, like there was a person I knew in high school, and some of what he taught me I regret in some ways, but he explained to me how people see the world, like how normal people see the world. And like some of the stuff he taught me to do in retrospect, or some of the stuff he taught me to do in reaction to that, in retrospect, I kind of regret. Because he explained to me how conversations worked and like how you're supposed to do what people expect as opposed to what you would just, you know, I, I mean, you get that moment you're like just kind of froze, right? They say something and you're like, there's no reply available in the little word game you're playing here. like what people expect in situations like that, right? Like that's more than a one that's more than a few sentences conversation. But um like one of the things he taught me that has been helpful, but at the same time I kind of regret is he taught me to quit using big words. Like until I met it, which was what he liked to, that was one of his that was his nickname, not a pronoun, just his nickname. I don't know. That particular word can be very controversial. One of the things he told me to do is just to stop using so many big words. And then he explained to me about how appearance and roles played a factor in each other. And like he was the one that finally explained to me that the color of my skin had a huge factor. Well, no, he wasn't the first one to explain that part to me because Carlos talked about that some. But the way that I presented myself and the way I dressed affected how people perceived me. Yeah. Okay. So I hate to do it so soon again, but I do have to go use the washroom. I will be right back. Or not the intermission time. Okay. I'm back. At least my intermissions aren't exceedingly long. Yeah, you actually can go back. Like I always enable replay just in case somebody is like, wait a minute, what did he say there? And they want to back up the live. I do leave that possible. But you might as well stick around for this and listen to it and listen to go back and listen to the story later. Might as well catch this part while it's still hot off the press or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so let's see. I was talking about should I do the thing with the neurotypical whispering, and I'm glad to hear such a great response on that. I will definitely take this into consideration. It's one of them things that I feel a little odd about doing for some reason. Like I don't know, but yeah. What did he tell me to do in them situations where they say something that you don't have a reply for? The important bit there to understand is they're not paying a goddamn attention. They don't care what you say. As long as you say something that fits a script, they're good, right? It doesn't have to fit the script that you're on. That's how little neurotypicals are paying attention to small talk. That's why they call it small talk. Because they don't care. They're not paying attention. They're just, as it says in the meme, you're just making the friendly noises at each other. So if they say something that you don't know how to respond to, just jump conversations to some other stupid shit neurotypicals talk about. The weather. Just jump to the freaking weather if you got to. Or if you all if you happen to know that you and this person are on the same political level, jump to something about politics, say something left wing or say something pro trans. And if they're transphobic, that's definitely gonna, you've just switched things anyways and screw them anyways. And if they're pro trans, they're probably gonna jump right to it and just go on to that. So when you don't have something to say, switch topics. It's that easy. Neurotypicals aren't paying attention to small talk. That's why they call it small talk. It's not important. They're not putting a lot of anything into it. They're barely paying attention to what they're saying. And yeah, for a lot of us, we have to pay attention to what we're saying because that's how communication words mean things. They matter. But not to neurotypicals, they don't. They're just assuring everybody that they're all on the same page and that everybody's friendly with each other. And, you know, it's like two dogs wagging their tails at each other and sniffing each other's butts. They just need you to sniff their butt. Let you sniff theirs. Oh man, that was horrible, wasn't it? But that's what's going on, right? They just they oh man, I hate to say this. This makes me sound so horrible. But um they're not paying attention to what they're doing. They're not oh, how do I say it without just saying it? They're not fully self-aware of these moments. I'm not saying that neurotypicals aren't self-aware because plenty of them are, but they've never had that thing where they've had to confront themselves and really self-reflect and alter and change their behavior in significant ways. They've never looked at themselves in a goddamn mirror. So they don't have that reference point, right? I attached a vid on a brain imaging study that showed that neurotypicals and neurodivergent process conversations in different brain areas. Happy Pride Month, Max. Indeed. Indeed. But yes, the normies, they've never had to confront themselves. And it's not that they aren't self-aware, it's that they don't flex that muscle as much. It's that it's not something that is like for me, I've constantly got to be checking in on myself, especially if I don't have my meds. Like that's one of the things that pot really helps with is because when I have pot, everything's interesting enough. So the four part of me is paying attention and everything's kind of groovy and cool, and I'm having a good time with what's there. But if I don't have the pot and that shit is entertaining, then I'm having a groovy, cool time with the shit that's going on inside my head. And what's going on out here is so much, you know? So I have to spend a lot of time being self aware, especially if I don't have the pot, because I have to pay attention to what the fuck is going on the outside world that's outside of my groovy, cool time I'm having in my head. So I'm constantly exercising this muscle. And anybody that's neurodivergent, in order to keep track of normal society, has some issue with this. Some part of them that is paying attention to the outside world and trying to figure out how to work within it. Yeah, they just exactly. The neurotypicals are using areas that more allow things to flow without analyzing. Yeah, they're just like small talk means nothing. They're not barely paying attention to what they said. They won't be able to tell you 2 days later what was said in a conversation. I've had a lot of my neurotypical friends be just totally amazed that I remembered some shit they said 5 years ago. Fuck yeah, I remembered. It's a conversation. This is me in performance mode. You know, less so now, like with more time, the more you get used to that idea, the more you can just kind of not pay attention to what you're saying too. But that is one of the key factors. And man, we are getting off subject. But why is one of the key factors between the difference between neurodivergence as an entire generalized class of anybody that doesn't have a normal brain and people that do is the people that have normal brains don't have to spend a lot of time checking in on themselves. And those of us that have divergent brains have to be constantly going, whoa, wait a minute, what did we just do? What are we doing? Is this too divergent from things that is going to get us in trouble? That is going to, we got to keep ourselves on track. This is how autistic burnout happens, right? Because we're putting on masks, wearable tulpas, the wearable tulpa of who we're supposed to be on a daily basis. We're wearing it so much that we get burnt out and we flip out. I have a friend that's going through that right now. And the poor thing, she like faints when certain things happen at this point because she'd been wearing that mask for so goddamn long. She forgot she was wearing it even. But that brings me to a point that I'm glad we segue back into this, but it's also an important bit. Masking. That's what wearable tulpas are. Wearable tulpas are masking for the mystic, for the magician. This is what it is. It's a mask. A wearable tulpa is a mask that we've created and put on for specific situations. It's just masking. All soul shifting is masking in its way. This is an example of how that works. So, yeah, if you can put on a mask, if you can mask, you can make a wearable tulpa. And then egregores are beings that are created outside of the self with an anchor point. And this is, of course, just how I define these terms. Because these words have been thrown about all over the place in the chaos magic sphere. Right? And this is just the definition as I've come to understand them and what seems to be the most common in the chaos sphere that make any sense. Masks are a cool topic in many different forms. Like we have the idea of the mask type of mask I'm talking about, which is basically what I'm talking about with wearable tulpas and even assuming archetypes and any type of invocation where what you were invoking is something that started as a created being. And at some point in all this, we're already 2.5 hours in, but I feel like I've got a lot more to go. Yes. Um, where were we? Let's see, wearable tulpas being masked. And I'd never said it quite that way before. I believe we had a little bit of a breakthrough right there. Or at least I certainly did. A little bit of a breakthrough in understanding that the code switching masking thing that I'm doing is that's wearable tulpas. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like I have an unnamed wearable tulpa that I use for performing, like for the ghost tours while I was doing that. I don't put it on for these for some reason. You would think that I would put on some kind of like performance mask to get on the live and be like da 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 da, be all. But I don't know. I don't know. Especially at this point, now that I've already started. Oh, is Max going? Is Max going? Well, you have a good night, Max. Love and support to you as well, and happy Pride. I am glad that you are my friend, Max. Bright blessings and an interesting fate. And sweet dreams. Okay. So, all right. We still got golems to talk about. So egregores, I feel like I've let's just go through the basic process. With an egregore, you're still gonna want a sigil, even though that's not entirely true every time because Manatellu didn't have a sigil. To this day, Manatellu does not have a sigil. All these things I keep talking about with the sigil being a key aspect of all of this, Manatellu doesn't have one. Yeah, exactly. It'd be something that, the YouTube channels, as much as, like I was saying earlier, as much as I would like this to be my career, I would love that. I would love to get so many people going on to this that it is my thing. When I first started this, really, it was actually like just to explain a few topics for some stuff I was having fun with in the Sorcerer's Guild. And I made it, and I was like, "Well, how am I going to share this video that I've made to everybody? Well, I'll upload it onto my YouTube, and then I'll share it into the guild from there." And just kind of kept going. And if I was putting on masks and doing performance for this, it'd ruin it for me, right? I mean, like, you know, I enjoy doing it. It's fun. And I want it to stay that way. I don't want it to be something where I'm doing a bit. You know, this is the real me. The real me happens to be a sorcerer. So that's who y'all get. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this twice a week. Well, then again, maybe I'd do it even more often if I had, like, you know, a th- who knows? But it wasn't where I wanted to go with this. I want this to be, I'm more interested. I'm more interested in drawing the right people than I am in drawing a large crowd, right? Drawing the people that will actually catch what I'm saying and get something of value from it. Like long term, especially where I believe in reincarnation and the way I believe in reincarnation about each individual being of equal importance and each one of us needing to get to that point of awareness of the self in order to keep things as entertaining as possible and for the audience to be drawn to this aspect of reality. Every single person I can get to understand they are free is a long-term good. Even if I was to do this for 20 years of a single life and I got like two to really get everything that I'm saying, all right, good job, man. good work. So we do it the right way because our goals are long term. So let's see. I believe Egregores. The next would be Golems. And there's where we get to the idea with Manatellu being a marionette, right? And why each marionette incarnation. Now, here's the funny part, right? Is he wasn't green when he came back. When I first imagined him as the little boy that was a message runner, well, not little boy, like literally like 12, a teenage, like a young teenage boy, because that's the age where they would have these runners back in the day before things changed. What do I want to say there? Before the European occupation and the changes it wrought upon North America, that's the dudes you would have doing this. Like 12-year-old boys, that were the ones that were particularly fast. You'd give them a message, tell them whatever the heck, and they'd run from village to village with messages. So I envisioned him like that, but green. And I never really understood why green. In fact, even at the time, I remember wondering why green. But he was green there, and even when I put him into the egregore, the jar, which people could see when they put him to his head and described him, that was one of the key things. Is I would know if they were telling the truth if they said he was green. And everybody besides Ed, besides my friend that threw the glass, they got the glass jar thrown at him, is one of the things they said was that he was green. Now the bottle was green. The bottle he was in was green, so if you really want to push me on it, that could have been a factor. That could have been a factor. But what are you gonna do? You can only look out. You can only blind so many variables in a study, right? That's the thing about magic. It's in the margins. It's in the liminal space between. It's one of them things. If you could prove every aspect of it, they wouldn't call it magic. They'd call it science. That's the difference, right? Between science and magic is technology you can prove works and technology that, yeah, maybe it works, but you can't prove it on a measurable scale easily. Things that can be doubted. Like like flipping a coin. We're getting a bit off subject, but I just want to make this point real quick. No, I'm not responsible for him drinking that wine. In fact, I told him to stop. I even pointed out to him how dumb it was. Because it was by that point, I was making no bones about the fact that we weren't, I was making no bones about the fact that me and him were not okay with each other. And I was like, it's really dumb of you to be drinking this wine, even. This has my servitors in it. You're ingesting my will. Stop doing this. Eventually, there will be repercussions. He didn't. He kept drinking the shit. Oh, Framboozle Raspberry Wheat from the Hoyne Brewing Company is my last beer for the night. Yeah. I was a bit of a what do you call it? Flashback there. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't feel guilty. I do not. Every once, at least I didn't for years, and then suddenly in the last couple of years, there was a after 2012 and thereabouts, there was a whole change in the vibe of reality. Like some of the stuff that I thought was funny before, suddenly I understood that I was pushing on people that didn't have the ability to fight back. It's like we suddenly got this whole anti-bullying thing after 2012, right? And like before that, I never felt any guilt at all. I mean, there was the before and after that. Like I don't even like some of the stuff that I've always been an ally, right? But some of the jokes I made before then, I didn't see the harm. And then all of a sudden I can see it, right? And the same thing with my cousin. Like at the time, I didn't see the harm. I saw things a certain way. And then suddenly the world had more empathy. Suddenly, you know, there's the thing that the horde did and the audience participated in 20 May 5th of 2012. Yeah, there's the December 21st, 2012, and then there's 230 days exactly before that, May 5th, where the horde at least claimed to have eliminated a particular being associated with the Christian religions, the person behind all of that. And like I've talked about that before about how like we did a thing of like, hey, you all need to, and then finally, since there wasn't any like Armageddon, like I was hoping they were suggesting, I was like, hey, what the hell, guys? Show me something. Like change the Pope or something. And the next day the fucking Pope uh goddamn retired or whatever the hell he did, which was way after May 5th, but it was like quite a bit after that. I was like, hey, y'all need to show me something. What the hell? I told them I needed that. And then they did it. Showed me that we had succeeded in what we are trying. But anyways, point is, things changed, and the empathy level got different, right? The empathy level changed. That's the one thing I can objectively say. The rest of it, there's so much of that that's unverified personal gnosis that may have been me processing what was going on in some crazy abstract way. Who knows? But what I do know is around 2012, the empathy level of society in general changed. That I do know. And prior to 2012, I didn't feel any guilt. Well, wait a minute. No, what happened with Marv happened after 2012. I said before I was bad about chronology. Oh fuck! What year did Marv die? Well, you know what I say about empathy still stands, but at first it didn't bother me. Maybe it had very little to do with 2012, but at first it didn't bother me what had happened, and I don't think I actually caused it. I think I simply made it so that from this point forward, we're on his perception, his existence, and mine will not cross paths anymore. That's all I really did. I don't know. I mean, he did drink all of them servitors. He did drink all that wine that was connected to my will, and I spent a lot of time, many, many times, focusing on that, bringing it to a point where I wouldn't have to freaking worry about him trying to steal from my parents or me or do any of his stuff anymore. But anyways, if we were going to dwell on this, it would have been better to do it on the magical combat episode. So yeah, I did. I did talk about this some just last Wednesday, I suppose. Um, Empathy changed that people became more empathetic. Like that's when we started getting all this anti-bullying stuff and the Me Too movement, I think was after that. I'm real bad with chronology. So, I mean, there was just a literal shift in perception of understanding. Like for me, the best way to put it would be the understanding of the difference between punching up and punching down, right? Like the gay jokes weren't funny anymore. I suddenly understood how making these kind of jokes was damaging, even though I've always been an ally. Like when I was a little boy, my mom's best friend was a gay dude named Kevin. I have it's never been a bad or weird thing to me. It's always been strange to me, even though I come from Utah, it's always been strange to me that most people had a problem with this idea because my mom didn't have a problem with it. Her best friend was a gay dude, but I felt totally comfortable calling something gay and laughing about it. And then suddenly I didn't feel comfortable with that anymore. Right. And it was around 2012. And, that's why I I will never insist that my gnosis of what was occurring during that time was the ultimate finite reality. It's like when I was a kid. Well, how old was I when this thing happened? Okay, there was a tornado that happened in Utah, which happens to be a high mountain valley, which tornadoes are extremely rare, right? Tornadoes were extremely rare there. And me and my friends at the time, I think I was 18 when this happened, had actually put energy and focus into causing a tornado. This was definitely pre 2012. I was like I said, I was like 18 years old. Um, we put all this focus and energy into causing a tornado because that's the kind of, you know, I don't know what to say about that. That's horrible. It's horrible that that's what we were trying to do, but we were. This is the facts. This is what we were doing. And the way because because it's such a high valley and there's mountains, yes, it can be very dangerous in a valley, but the idea of a tornado forming in a valley, especially one that's so high in altitude, is extremely rare. but we managed to do it essentially. Like we had this plot about how it was going to go and where it was going to go, and we picked out the destinations while it was going to hit, and it hit all of them but one. Yeah, the tornado happens, and then afterwards, I run into all these different little covens of kids around our same age that were all the ones trying to cause it. And like everywhere I went, the witches in these different groups that I met, that was their big thing is they caused this tornado. And they were just as sincere as I was. And that's what 2012 makes me think of, right? Something happened. A lot of us were focused on the same period, whether it was December 21st or May 5th in my case, or I have to go do another intermission, but I have a little more to say on that when I get back. So I returned. The thing I wanted to say about the May 5th, 2012 thing is I certainly wasn't the only one person focused on that particular date. Like, I don't want to give a whole lot of details about my own May 5th because, well, how did you do that? Maybe everyone got a message to make the tornado some spirit speaking, pliable, young, aspiring magician's wishes. Maybe it was seeds planting to help us ascend. Um, I think it was just synchronicity, honestly. Everybody just kind of felt a moment, and the one target we missed was the target that was the most important, which would have been the Mormon temple. No, May 5th was not the tornado. That happened in the 90s. I was 18 years old. 2012, I was, oh geez, how old was I in 2012? My 30s, like 32, something like that. Let's see, it's 2026. So 2012 was 14 years ago at this point. And 14 years ago, I'm 47 now. Man, I suck at math. 47 minus 14 would be 33, right? Yeah. Hex the patriarchy, indeed. So, yeah, I was 33. The tornado happened significantly before that, but I feel like it may have been a similar type of event on a larger scale. The most of the people focused on it were focused on December 21st, 2012. That being said, there is a cult, ancient mystery school, magic mystery school, something of that nature that um I've been meaning to talk about this for quite a while because this is actually pretty an interesting little thing that happened. So my very first walkabout would have been in 2000, it was before 2012, like 2010, somewhere around there. And I went to Santa Barbara. And by this point, I've become obsessed with the date, May 5th, 2012. I'm going around telling all kinds of people about it. And I thought it was going to be so much more than it was, even though the Horde kept telling me, no, barely anything's going to change. You're barely going to notice a change. I was convinced it was going to be the veil was going to shatter and da 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 da. That's what I wanted. Doesn't matter what, you know, how did I create the tornado? Hmm. See, the wording for that, I changed the air pressure. That's what I did. Like, I think it was a bunch of people did different things, but what I did was I changed the air pressure. There were these just lines. Like we was talking about, I don't, I, I don't think, actually, I'm pretty sure you weren't there on the lucid dream one where I was talking about flying. Maybe you were. Forgive me if I remember incorrectly. Um, but there's like these lines that I learned to stand on to fly in dreams, right? And over top of the Great Salt Lake, which is the little bit left from, remember I talked about the lake that disappeared at the end of the ice age, like it got huge and then the natural dam broke and all Lake Bonneville went away quickly and it caused all these fossils. The leftover residual saline lake. I was on top of it. And me and my friends had literally already discussed where the places we wanted, where it would go, and how it would work out so that it would hit the Mormon temple. And we missed. But this was pre May 5th. Okay, so in my dream where I did the thing, I was out in the middle of the Great Salt Lake, and there was the dark energy of the heavy air pressure and the light energy of the lighter light uh, air pressure, and I just pushed them. I just grabbed the darker, heavier air pressure, and I pushed it on top of the light one when it shouldn't be, and got them to turn around each other in the middle of the lake. That's what I did. I think it was more than just me though. But that is exactly what I did. That's the part that I did. Besides discussing with my friends and actually saying how this thing could happen, that it would get the thing we wanted it to get. But instead, it went, it missed the goddamn Mormon temple and went right up Memory Grove and tore out one of my favorite trees. So we missed the last bit. And that really upset me at the time. I was mad. Oh, I was mad about that. Tore out cool oak tree instead of ripping the damn temple apart. But later on, after the second May 5th of 2022, which you can look at the stuff on that on my channel. I believe I talked about this on the channel at the time. One of the things I was trying to do was trying to knock the goddamn angel Moroni off the top of the Mormon temple. Now, on May 5th, 2022, when I asked for a second confirmation, that's what I got. Was that they knocked the goddamn angel But at this point, I was asking for confirmation that the Christian Armageddon was never going to happen. Essentially, like I'm not going to get the moment where Jesus comes back down and speaks a word and fucks everything up. Not that I believed that at this point, but I was like, I need confirmation that's not going to happen. And then there's a freaking earthquake in a goddamn temple of Angel Moroni who has a trumpet in his hand that he's supposed to blow when God comes back, the blowing of the trump that you're supposed to hear when Jesus returns. He dropped the goddamn earthquake made him drop the trumpet. So pretty clear confirmation. Made him drop the goddamn trumpet. They had to use a helicopter to pick it to get it and go fish it up, put it back. Oh, we are so far off topic, and I'm already 3 hours in. Okay, golems. Golems are when you take that. Ow. Golems are when you take that astral form and put it into a material form that matches its astral form. Hence, Mantellu going from a jar to a marionette that resembled what he looked like. And when he came to me that time, he didn't look green. He looked like this off-white beige color, which happened to be the same color as the clay that I was able to source to make him in the way that I was instructed to do. Because at this point, he's like, hey, this is what I want to look like. This is how I need to be shaped. This is what I want to be formed as. Excuse me. So that's what he got formed as. And when we get to this level of golem, the interesting bit here, like I said, was does begin to get into the reason I call him golem. So this particular word, right? Up until this point, I've been saying this is how I understand this term in chaos magic community, chaos magic sphere. At this point, once I got to the word golem, I took my own liberties. I took my own understanding of it because I need something to describe something that might move on its own, something that might move, right? Because man, I tell you, when I made him a marionette, he moved. Anything that I've gotten to this level, I can't guarantee it's going to stay in the same place. You can't just make a golem, though. Yeah, it has to be kind of evolved up to that, like with Manatellu. He's had all these other things. Now, the wooden articulated dummy that he is in right now, and I tended to think was just over there. I do believe is upstairs. I believe I put him there on my own. So I'm not going to try and tell you that Manatellu got up from my studio and walked out of this building over to the main house and walked up into our bedroom. Right? That didn't happen. Pretty sure I brought him over there and forgot about it. So I do take these kind of things into account when I tell you that Manatellu's marionette form that was very closely connected and created to his specifications was not always in the same place. Because I would do things where I like, okay, I've closed this box. He's in this box. I've closed this box. I've walked away. Next day he's up on the shelf. And yes, I do struggle with object permanence. So all of this should still be taken with some grain of salt. Yes, I did put him up there. See? There you go. But there have been times in the past with his first marionette thing where I know I put him in the box. And then the next day he's on the shelf. Which is why when he disappeared at the very end of the time where I was hanging out with my cousin, I was like, "Yeah, he probably stole him, but I've been so careful with all my stuff. Maybe that sucker just got up and walked over and climbed into Marv's stuff." You know? I keep saying his goddamn name. So, yeah. Let's see, where were we? So golems. The important bit with a golem then is that its material form matches its astral form as much as possible. And so what you want to do here, unless you've really got the skills, yeah, because we are not all master sculptors or paper macheers or whatever technique you're going to use. The trick here is to give the tulpa that you are going to later turn into a golem, or the servitor you're later turn into a golem, a form that can be easily replicated, right? Don't make him look like an absolute perfect specimen of a human being with the pores in his skin and you can see the freaking individual hairs. No, don't do that. How are you going to replicate that? Don't do that. Don't make him that complex. Make him that complex in his inner world because he's going to need to be really complex in order to be simple enough to transfer. Because you're going to need to have all that complexity, but you're going to need to put it inside, right? Because he's got to have enough complexity to have redundancies in order to get it to that point and be safe as well. You need to decide everything he's going to do when he's bored, how he's going to this, how he's going to that, them, whatever, how they're going to do all of the things that they're going to do. You need to put as much thought into all of that as you can if you're going to put something all the way into a golem state. The exception being like potato golems and stuff, that's a little bit different. In fact, I probably ought to be giving that whole set of beings a different designation. Okay. Yeah. Um Stuff and things. Golems. Yeah, you want to keep them as you want to think of as many contingencies as possible because as I say, I'm not entirely sure they can't move. I'm not entirely sure they can't do stuff. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Mr. Spins over here. Whose actual name might be revealed at some point, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done to that physical form first. And it still won't be called the golem because I put way too much particular definition into the astral form of the being I've created with that name. If any of you have actually happen to be one of the few people that have bought my fiction work, Anarchy's Last Stand, like has the name is mentioned in there. I'm not gonna bother putting a link to that. We're just gonna leave Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 1 up as the pinned post. But yeah. So that is the key trick to making a golem, in my opinion, is to keep the astral form as something that you can replicate on the material realm. If your full intention is to make a golem, start with something below that. Start with a tulpa, a servitor, and make it either one. And depending on whether you want it to be personality dependent, if you want it to be personality dependent, start with the tulpa. Make it your imaginary friend, build it up, and then make a doll that looks like the imaginary friend you've created. If you want it to be task dependent, start with a servitor, have it task dependent, create an image around that idea of that task, and then make that image one that you can then replicate into a physical form, and one that can actually move in some way. Yeah, because when you have a statue of a thing, there's still look it's still more like an egregore in some ways. You want its form to be something that could technically move if you wanted it to. That's another aspect of this. Yeah, don't just make a statue. Don't make a clay form. This is kind of a limbo space in between. Like these things can work, but if you really want to go into what I define as a golem, then it should probably have the ability technically to move. And then we get into the idea of sticking an AI egregore into a robot body, but you know, technology wise, that's far above my pay grade. Right. Let's see. Servitors, tulpas, egregores, golems. Okay, so other created beings. I would be remiss if we didn't, of course, talk about call or ka spirits. In the Egyptian tradition, this would be a ka, Kaa, pronounced ka. And this kind of bamboozled me for a while because the word that I was told sounds quite similar and means almost exactly the same thing. And this was a call spirit, Caul, like the call that is sometimes left on a baby when they are born, or like, just a shroud around something as it opens up. Like with gooseberries, they have a caul around them. You open up the caul, and there is a tomato like substance inside of the little caul leaves that are around the berry tomato looking thing inside. Tomatillos are like this. That's a little more common than a gooseberry. But either way, it's in the understanding that I was given to it, it's something that can be reclaimed after the fruit or the life has been taken away from something. Yeah. And in the Egyptian, a ka is the residual energy that is left within inside of a body after the life force has departed. So a ka or call spirit is the same thing. And these are done, and it's done in the same way either way. Like with the with the Egyptian idea, this is part of what's going on with a mummy, especially when they mummify different animals. is you are taking that energy. We would also call this energy the aura, but after death, right? While we're alive, there's a mind, there's a soul body. Yes, tomatillos are delicious. There is a soul body interaction going on there. And that interaction from the material to the astral realm creates an energetic or etheric response that generates the thing that in life, during life, we call the aura. When we die, that residual energy is left within the body, and especially in the skull cavity. And so, with the Egyptian tradition, they tend to mummify the whole body. With the tradition I was taught, it is the skull itself that we are after, because that is the point where that interaction is primarily taking place. And where it also interacts with the mental plane is within the brain. So, where the residual energy primary focus of that is left residing in is the skull cavity. So you take the skull cavity and you reintroduce life force energy. This will typically take the like in traditionally. I've done it other ways, but traditionally, what you would do is blow tobacco smoke into the hole in the back of the skull cavity. That would bring the thing back to life. That'll inflate that call spirit. Now, this is not a thing that is connected to the higher spirit of whatever awareness was existing within that animal or person or whatever. This is a recording of that energy, right? And it can be done with ashes as well. In fact, it's a more common thing to be done with ashes at this point than the skull cavity. But I mentioned earlier about how it was part of the Manitou tradition that you would speak with the Manitous before you. There were a few ways this took place. It could take place in dreams, but it also took place in a place where they had all the skulls, your grandfather and his grandfather, or however it worked out, because it's not always directly hereditary from what I understand. It's it's like the grandfather is like they just pick out who's next when they're born. And he picked me out before I was born, and then he died, and I was born. But either way, there's supposed to be a big cave of skulls, and you pick the skull of each Manitou that came before you. When you have a question, you pick one of the skulls and you put it down and you smoke with it, and it answers your questions. But all that was destroyed a long time ago. But that's what they're doing there is they would tobacco smoke, blow it into the thing, wake them up. Hey, how's it going? Ancestor do to do, whatever the heck his name was. I have this question. I can't figure it out. Me, would you smoke with me and we'll figure it out together, kind of thing. But it's also used in animals, and that's how it's done. Like with Boris, the spirit behind the cash cow sigil, though, I didn't just blow the tobacco smoke in there. Actually, like I said earlier about how I like to use garlic cloves, I had activated garlic cloves to where they were growing to a certain point, and I put them inside of the skull cavity of Boris once he was ready. And I put the cash cow sigil on the outside. When you're making a cost spirit, There are a lot of things that need to take into consideration. All these things I've talked about before this, I mean, we're going up in layers of complexity and potential for things to go awry. Once you get to the point of the egregore, right? And you start introducing outside life force energy, like I said when I was talking about that, the life force energy that you put in does matter. So if you use seeds, you want to consider the nature of the seeds that you put in. And the damn alcohol has made me need to go to a another intermission. Back again in just a moment. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Well, a tomatillo, they have that outer casing, and then there's the tomato inside. It is getting late. This has already been a 3-hour live. Um, but yeah, the tomatillo is covered by a casing, and that casing is a call. Could be considered a call. It was just kind of a random bit where I was trying to find a way to define what a call is. Ah, it's kind of an odd word, but the point is, it's the energy that was wrapped around a being. Because the word call in our particular ass in within our concern, there's an energy layer wrapped around a being when it exists, and when they die, there's a recording of that energy layer trapped within the cavity of the skull, within the skull cavity. And we can reintroduce positive life force energy into the skull cavity and reawaken this being and create a ka or call spirit. And there's such a close together words and concepts that it got me very confused. In the Sorcerer's Shadow Volume 1, and I think in Volume 2, I use the KAA spelling. Um, since I talk about past life stuff all the time, I might as well just say I do think I've had a past life where I was using that word to describe this thing, but also in this life, I was told how to make call spirits. This is something that is, one of some of the passed down knowledge that I have. A lot of stuff with that, like it's hard to say, like the passed down knowledge, passed down confusion, passed down mystery. Go sit in that field and think about being what a Manitou is, and then come back and tell me what the hell you think, and then I'm not gonna answer your questions or tell you if you were right or wrong. That's what a lot of it was. You know, drunk people telling you weird stuff. Talking to you about the fucker bird. The fuck's a fucker bird? Why are you swearing at me, old man? And he meant Thunderbird. I don't remember. I don't know what the hell he was telling with those stories. I wish I did. Anyways, so cause spirits. If you're going to make a cause spirit, this is one of the ones that can be the most powerful of all of the different created beings we've talked about tonight. But you're not really creating life with this. As long as we're done talking, wow, we've already been 3.5 hours, and I've still got a bit more to say. Um, we're not really creating life with a cause spirit. We are reinflating. Now, if you work with this long enough, you can create self-awareness within the thing. And as I say, once you perceive, you can never leave. Anything that achieves self-awareness becomes part of the audience, becomes part of the all thing, and deserves rights. And that's the last thing we're going to talk about tonight after this bit with the cause spirits. Okay, so if you're making a cause spirit, a few things you need to be taking into consideration. The last thing it remembers is dying, right? And if you're the one that killed it, that's a problem. Unless you've been doing like this is ritual hunting work that's been that has been sanctified by the spirit of that entire being, like if you've been praying to deer and working with deer and asking that you be given one of its children so that so that you can do this thing and have this. Okay, then yeah, if you've hunted and you've earned it and you have the right and you've played the proper game to earn that prize. I mean, I don't know, it's the right words, but it's the wrong words. If that makes any sense. Like there's not the right words for it because there's too much pride in what I just said, and that's not it. English doesn't have the right words. But it is an earning. But it's a showing of respect. It's a giving of understanding within that, right? In order for you to be able to then use the skull of the thing you have taken in the cycle of life, as cheesy as that sounds, then you could use that skull to make a caw that would actually even help you in the hunt, right? There's momentum behind it, there's the respect, there's all the things. But beyond that, you can't go kill something and then make a call spirit of it. You're the one that killed it. That's the first thing it's going to remember. It's just going to have trauma towards you. You want something that has died in a respectful manner or in a way that you can soothe it afterwards. But also, before you introduce any kind of life force energy to it, anything you want to alter or change or program into it, you need to do before then. You need to alter the call, alter the residual aura, the call, before it is awakened if you are going to alter it. Like with Boris and the cash cow sigil, me putting the cash cow sigil into right, etching it right into its skull for it to consume negative energy and replace it with abundance, stability, and group harmony, right? So then when I activated the call that was left inside of the skull, that was already etched into it. You can't do it before then, or you're going to be trying to force something on a will that's already been created, right? You're trying to etch a symbol on flowing water at that point. Anything you want to create about the being has to be done before is set into motion. So once you set it into motion, now you're dealing with something that is going to behave exactly as it is. And if you haven't done anything to it, it can behave exactly as it was before, except for the simple fact that you can communicate with it now, right? 'Cause you could take a random fox skull or coyote skull, take it home, blow some smoke into its skull, and with the intent of waking it up. As long as you are able to have that kind of connection, you can now communicate with this skull, and it can understand you in a way that the coyote or fox that produced the skull would not have been able to. So there's that right off the bat, and you can now make deals. You can negotiate, but it's not controlled by your belief, right? Or your desire, like an egregore, tulpa, or servitor would be. Now you're talking about something that's outside of yourself, kind of like a clone. I feel like I lost a little bit of the plot there. Did I cut myself off in some way? Okay. Anyways, let's see. What more do I have to say about tulpas? There's a story about the Cody skull that I had before. Oh yeah, if you bring a fox in, yeah, that's well. I suppose I did get it all. My point there was that there is some difference in that when you activate a skull, you can communicate with the call that you have created from this. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, cool. So I didn't miss anything there. But of course, if you're the one that killed this thing, it's going to be a lot harder for it to communicate with you. It's going to have trauma. It's going to have like, you motherfucker, get away. It's still going to be trying to escape. Unless you've done it in an honored way, and that there's part of its spirit that understood what was going on and understands that it was one that it was captured in the predator prey process, and will help you then call the herd from there. It's interesting. Were they saying coal spirit? You have to understand these particular things. I'm literally trying to remember how a 5-year-old heard a drunk guy. A lot of this. Were they saying coal, maybe? Coal spirit? Calls? I'm sure they weren't speaking Egyptian. I'm sure like these old, I'm just pretty sure that these old Ojibwe guys weren't speaking Egyptian at me, you know? Maybe it's some Ojibwe word that I don't freaking know. I don't know. I need to be as legitimate as I can with myself to understand these things. And the idea that like they were speaking Egyptian to me doesn't make any sense. I mean, I suppose it's an interesting backstory, but holy shit, is it confusing. I mean, most of the people that knew anything died when I was just a little kid. But the guy that was supposed to know who was next said I was next. And then I've spent most of my life in Utah, especially in my early years when some of them people were still alive. And then, like, occasionally I'm up in Michigan. They must have, like, maybe felt all this pressure to tell me something. you know? I don't know. The whole thing's crazy. But with the way things were up there, I understand when my dad felt it was important. I didn't live there, that I wasn't exposed to some of the other shit, you know? Like my great grandfather, the guy I keep talking about that said I was next, that poor sucker went to the residential schools and it messed him up good. Messed him up real good, from what I can tell, but he escaped. He actually escaped the residential school. I forget what the heck state it was in. He was like 7 years old, escaped from the residential school, and made it several states back over to his back to Michigan, back to his reservation, and was like, "I'm home." Made it back. And that was a big part of the reason he wouldn't let any of he wouldn't go on the reservation until all of his kids were old enough that they wouldn't be taken back. Like, even though he was the Manitou for the reservation, the Medouin, shaman, whatever the fuck you want to call the guy. I've got pictures of him with George Romney signing freaking treaties. But anyways, whatever the hell he was doing there, he wouldn't live on the reservation during the other time because he was afraid that they'd take his children and take him to the residential schools. Yeah, no, I've done my DNA even. No Egyptian. No Egyptian in my bloodline. At least according to 23 and me. I think it's just one of them coincidences. Like I said, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in coincidence. Just like it was coincidence that my dad went all the way to Utah and wound up marrying a girl who had relations that also had the Ojibwe line. You know, it's coincidence, which is different than coincidence, barely. Simply acknowledging the fact that random doesn't exist and everything's connected one way or another. Okay, so I still feel like there's something there's more I could say about a lot of these things. There's more I could say about a lot of these different creatures that I have come across or interacted with. But at this time, we're 3.5 hours in. I got to switch to the last topic for the night. And that is Tulpas rights. Hashtag Tammy took my t-shirt. I'm not even sure why that was so important to me to say, but that was a minor tulpa that was created in soup, kind of based on the joke that almost all of my exes have stolen a t-shirt. I don't know what that's all about. Um, really not important. Really not important. But tulpas have rights, servitors, etc. Even the ones that don't have full self-awareness, just like neurotypicals have rights. Oh man, I said that, didn't I? I don't think that neurotypicals aren't self-aware, just to be clear. And any of you that are neurotypicals, I apologize, but it is punching up in a lot of ways, right? At least instead of punching down. I can't help myself sometimes. I'm not saying that all neurotypicals are not self-aware. They just haven't exercised that muscle as much. That's all. Haven't spent as much time having to think about themselves and what the consequences of their actions. Okay, so anyways, let's get back off of that. Where did I get before I distracted myself with that? Okay, Tulpas, Servitors, Egregores, all of them, they have rights, even the ones that are not actually self-aware beings. If they experience anything on a subjective, Tulpas took my rights. Or how neurotyp or yeah. Okay, so yeah, even those that don't experience have a actual, I mean, even if they have subjective experience of any kind, they have rights. Even when you're sending a servitor, unnamed servitor, to do a task, cruelty to these things is cruelty to yourself. Because these are extensions of the self. They lead to disregard of the self, and it's a bad path to go down because it will lead to a general degradation of your astral form. It can lead to a general degradation to the idea of what can be tolerated as normal, as acceptable baseline, as in things that do not need to be protected against. So, at that level, cruelty to servitors is cruelty to oneself because it changes the baseline of protection of what it is that you needs to be kept within the will. Like, it is my will that I don't experience this. But if you're going out and causing parts of yourself to experience these moments of trauma and pain, then you have said that these are things that are within my will to experience. Yeah. So cruelty to tulpas and servitors is opening up suffering towards the self. So on a self-serving interest, even those tulpas and servitors that are not actually self-aware should be treated with dignity and respect because they're part of you, right? And when you're talking about anything that has energy outside of the self, now you're talking about something outside of the self. It has at least some rights. You don't treat these things with cruelty. You don't treat these things, you don't create suffering when it's not necessary. You don't create suffering at all if you can help it. Even when you're creating replicating servitors that exist in a space of waiting, make sure when you do this that they are not sitting there in a state of anxiety waiting for the next thing to occur, that they are in a calm and waiting state. Well, like I said, in the particular case of like a replicating servitor, making sure that it is either unaware or calm when it is rating for the things that are going to happen in the next, that set off its reaction. I feel like that was word salady as hell. Um, let's see how let me phrase this a little better. A good example to cruelty with servitors is creating them giving them a place where they need to wait and not ensuring that as they sit there waiting, that they have either the mental skill set of simply not existing or existing in a suspended state of perception or something to not sit there bored or anxious. That's kind of an odd example, but it's the idea of what I'm getting at here, right? We don't want to be cruel to these beings in any way. We don't want to make them experience suffering. And this is not just for the, oh, well, we don't want it to suffer. This is because if it is experiencing these things, for one, it gives it a reason to want to rebel, which can cause problems. Good night, Unigriffin. Sweet dreams. We are just about done here anyways. We'll probably only be another 10 minutes or so. Okay, but yeah, this isn't just for the sake of kindness, but kindness is important. It is also for the fact that it is more like the creature that is suffering is more likely to go off of programming. Suffering causes reaction. Suffering forces reaction. So if you haven't given it a thing to do when it's bored, it's going to come up with its own thing, right? Especially if it's gotten to the point of self-aware. Once something has become self-aware, we'll come to the culmination of that in just a moment, because beings become self-aware. Manatellu is self-aware. Cause spirits even can become self-aware. Anytime you're making a shared being, like with these shared tulpas or with Boris, they become self-aware eventually. This is a guaranteed thing when you were doing it with more than a few people. But like I said, they're going to get off of track. That's why like Tammy stole my T-shirt. I mean, that's just me being silly. Let's just leave that one off. But where am I getting? What am I getting at? Tulpas have rights, but also tulpas have rights in the idea that, like I said, if you push them too far, that if you cause suffering within a being, it's going to react to that, and it can cause it to do things that weren't in the idea. So you want to make sure that it's properly maintained, that it is cared for in a way that your tulpa is literally happy. Your servitor, whatever it is enjoying what it's doing, created in a way that it wants to do these things, not just that it does these things. And that is going to be way more. Yes, it can create a backfire if you give the thing any chance to resist or dislike what it is that is happening. So before you give it life force energy, before you give it its awareness, whether it's self-awareness or simply a reactionary programming, before you get there, make sure that you've put incentive for it to do the things, and not an incentive that is cruel or painful, but an incentive that creates joy so that it wants to do these things, so that it enjoys its existence, and it will be far more useful to you than if you were to allow suffering within its program. Hey, Kira. Catching us kind of towards the end of the night here, but It's good to see you. We were just discussing how when you create a created being, it is important to make sure that it is a that it is happy, for lack of a better words. But so when you create it, not only do you say what it does during these times and that times, imagine what it does when it's bored, how it gets its energy, how it feeds, but also how it feels about all these things and what makes it happy, and making sure that it wants to be what it is, give it a sense of purpose, if you will. Now, a lot of times such beings will become self-aware, and what you need to realize with that is eventually it will go beyond your control, and all things which perceive are equal. So this gets really weird, but in the end, man, beings like Manatellu, which have definitely become self-aware, are in the end, in the final pattern of things, are equals. Anything that is self-aware is part of the audience. No member of the audience is greater than any other part of the audience. So in this sense of the word, absolutely created beings have rights, because once they become self-aware, they're one of us. And that is the purpose of the multiverse, is to create more self-aware beings. That is the whole purpose of reality. That is why we continue to exist. That is how we create momentum and progress forward as a polyplurality. I don't know if I can what would I say there? Yeah, I don't know. I need a good word for that. I don't know what you call it. The fullness of the all thing, the chaos infinity. There you go, Kira. Yeah, the chaos infinity. And so, yeah, it is for, especially since you can, once you've created something that perceives, you've ultimately created another member on the council, of which you, being self-aware, will some are someday will be, always have been a part of council. You part of the council of the all thing, whatever you want to call it. Council is kind of a funny word for it, but I don't know other way to put it. Polypuriality. Yeah. That's the word I said. I'm not sure of your question there. Can there be a termination date or emergency off switch if I change my mind, like your cousin? You mean like being able to get out of this reality? There absolutely is. Now, um, the particular realities of this dimension in particular made it necessary that um, self-determined departure will cause a delay in services. But once one has entered the once one has lost one's incarnate and their perception has been pulled from the material reality, if they go to the location of the S1 sigil by visualizing the S1 sigil that we've talked about in previous videos, from there, if you want to get the heck out of this reality, you can get there from there. Now, this particular reality is essentially a hostage situation at this point. We had a being that wanted to dominate all the perceptions within a certain reality and get them to perceiving him as a god figure. And they got pretty far along that path. We then eliminated that being and are trying to reinflate this reality to into a more interesting place. But if y'all just want to bail at the end of this one, there's a way out. And it's as simple as that. Just the S1. Go there and get the heck out of here. I don't blame you. But like I said, there is the particular legal repercussions of this particular aspect of reality has forced us to institute a policy that if you prematurely create your departure, there is a delay in the processing, just because if otherwise would create a barrier to getting the message out there. But can you give back? Yes, because that particular sigil is the mark, is the marketplace, is the mark for this reality. So if at the end of your current incarnation, if you were to use the S1 sigil and get the heck out of here, from there go, okay, I'm here, the S1 sigil, now I want the heck out. You could go there, reincarnate for a life, recuperate, and if you went somewhere where you could keep that memory intact from that life into the next, you could then come back to the S1 sigil and reincarnate back into this reality. Yeah, well, I mean, okay. Also, why do I always feel like this reality was made to be a seal that humans do not see and we should not know? Because there was a being that had managed to secure a place of dominance within this reality. And mostly a lot of this was through simply enforcing boredom. I don't know how else to put it. Like I could probably be more articulate if I had time to think about it, but there is a being that wanted this particular reality to be focused on the idea of hierarchy. And part of what that necessitated then was for goddamn alcohol and words, huh? Okay, so there was a being that wanted to be seen as God. And in order for that to happen, he needed the other spirits to not be able to remember from life to life what they had been through and what they had witnessed, to create the ability to weave a narrative of the only way out of this cycle that you feel like something's wrong, like there's some inherent sin. And all the inherent sin really is this amnesia. There's inherent sin, there's original sin. And the only way to escape it is to put your faith into this being, and they will get you out of this, right? They will get you out of this. They will keep you from this suffering if you put all of your faith in them. And the only way you're going to fall for that is if you keep forgetting between lives that they're the ones pinning you there. They're the ones that are keeping you from remembering that you are a full being, that you are just as powerful as anything else. Okay, I got to do one more intermission, and we're going to be done here in just a minute. Yeah, me too, Agatha. It is pretty much time to give it up. I probably should have just said goodbye before the system here seems kind of F on hearing a magical rules sense. Not really Christian, but something darker, not really the will here, but something that lurks in the hearts of these lands. Yeah, I mean, the idea, well, I mean, it can be relegated down to the idea of hierarchy. We have had in this reality the ultimate twist, the thing that's twisted here, ultimately, is the idea of a hierarchy being connected with good. That the idea of authority and someone else being able to tell other people what to do is the hallmark of good and righteousness rather than evil. And that's where the twist has got. Like, I don't know how else to put this in a way that is as understood as it could be in our current language, but we have gotten the ideas of good and order and chaos and evil. That's not that that's twisted around, right? In most realities, chaos and good are more connected than order, and order is more connected with evil. Like, we have this idea that chaos, that entropy, slowing down of energy results in chaos, which is absurd if you think about it. Less energy results in chaos? What? But that's the way that our reality is supposed to work. When in reality, entropy results in order, less energy results in order. The breaking apart of things from its vital essence results in repetition, results in excessive repetition, order. Excessive repetition, order, stagnation, right? This is the bad. Order bad, chaos good. And that is what is twisted about the human's conception of reality. That's what's twisted about this particular manif- manifestation of the material plane is we've got the fucking correlation between chaos and order twisted back. Chaos is is good, order is evil. That's the way it actually works in most realities. But we have this idea twisted back because of the concept of hierarchy and the idea that, oh, there has to be a good big king to save us all. Anyways, I'm clearly drinking enough at this point. Um, I'm getting pretty tired myself. It's time to go to bed. I really appreciate all of you that have stuck with me. Thank you for listening to my ramblings, Agatha. I am also so blurry, so tired that my vision is getting blurry as well. I think we better call it for tonight. Sweet dreams, those of you who are going to bed after this, and to all of you, bright blessings and an interesting fate. This has been Sorcerer Tal.